Choose your destiny.
I ain't feeling your side.
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
That's that Doers, baby. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Hey, remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Be active. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling out there? Today's show is going to be educational because I didn't know about this. I wasn't aware of this. And I try to stay up on these types of things. So, hey, we all finna learn together today. So the name of the show is Bwa Kale. So it's a Haitian term meaning, what is it? Strip bark. Which it's like that's the direct translation, like stripping bark. But what it means is like swift justice or whatever, like taking care of business, dealing with the issue right now. And so guacamole. Pat is distracting me with his comments. Yeah, so we're gonna get into it. Let's see if I could play this YouTube video to start off. I got an article I'm gonna read for y'all, but let me see if I could play this video to give a jump off. I don't know how well it's gonna play because freaking YouTube has been giving me a hard time whenever I do this show. I got like 2 bars on my my Wi-Fi here. So which one is it? Really what brought me to this was I saw the I want to say it was a Jimmy Dore video. Yeah, it was a Jimmy Dore video that sparked my interest in this direction, and then they barely touched on it, and then you know me, I have to do some digging, and I did, and I found out more about it. I had to know what it meant or whatever. I don't know. Do I want to play the Jimmy Dore one or the news one? I think this is the one. Hold on, let's see here. Is this the one? I can't play that because y'all not gonna understand. I don't really understand that stuff either, so only a little bit. I can barely understand it. It's Haitian Creole. Hold on. That wasn't the one. Is this it? Yeah, this is the one. Al Jazeera.
Started to go after.
Leave it to a media outlet that's outside of the United States to give you some stuff that helps you understand what the hell is going on. Because the Jimmy Dore video doesn't really explain this very well. Let me play this clip. If it plays well, I'll play as much of it as I can. It's only 2 minutes. And then I'm going to go into this article that I have on this.
Bwa Kale, they sing. The phrase represents the new movement that has taken over the streets of Haiti. People are tired of gangs controlling their lives. That's why they decided to start fighting back. Jean-Baptiste Kenley says the movement will get bigger every day.
The Bwa Kale, it's a campaign of vaccination against gang violence. The Bwa Kale will continue to eradicate the kidnapping virus in the country.
Gangs now control 80% of Haiti's capital, and they're extending their presence to other parts of the country. People say they have had enough and have started to go after gang members. Some have set on fire on the streets. Chaos has taken over this Caribbean nation. Neighborhoods like this one have been transformed by the violence in the past months.
I'm here in the neighborhood of Bel Air. This area used to be filled with people, but as you can see right now, it's almost empty. It looks like a war zone. There's been fighting going on between rival gangs. We're told that members of the G9 gang are not far away from here, and they have been attacking this area.
Emmanuel showed us around the area. He says gangs are ruthless. They have set on fire houses here. They also rape and kill. He also says the government has benefited from them.
I want the situation change, but I know the Haitian government doesn't want, because it's good for him. The politicians are the father of gangsters in Haiti.
The United Nations says the violence has increased malnourishment in the country by 30%. Over 100,000 children are at risk of dying because of hunger. The interim Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, has requested urgent international assistance to help the government fight the gangs. Even though it's been 6 months since the request was made, there has not been an answer.
This should be a force, a multilateral force, with the leadership of one country, whatever country. Unfortunately, there's no country who has been able to accept this great challenge. And so now we are at the point that we require innovative ways to find different solutions.
While the international community continues debating what to do about Haiti, people have been left on their own, going after those who hurt them and waiting for a solution that never seems to arrive. Teresa.
Okay, so
Al Jazeera, Port-au-Prince.
That was a real soft introduction to it, and it's really terrible what's going on in Haiti. But this story is really uplifting to me. It makes me happy, and I don't like to see the violence. So you guys don't get me wrong on this, you know. But sometimes it takes violence, you know. Sometimes it's necessary, you know. The idea that inspires me is that, you know, they want people to think that they're powerless. They want you to think that you're powerless, you know. You want to give all your power away to your politicians, to your elected officials or whatever, to your government, to your police, you know, and hopefully they'll take care of you, you know, keep you safe, you know, allow you to have some freedom or liberties and allow you to have some sort of a life, you know. But at the end of the day, let me make sure y'all can hear me here. But at the end of the day, ain't nobody coming to save you. You know, you have to save yourselves, you know. And what I like to do on this show is like we teach ourselves. We teach each other. Pat, Doc, Deuce come on the show and I learn from them all the time. Like last week when they were telling me, you know, I should unplug a bit as far as look at some stuff that's not so, you know, low vibrational, so emotional, so like, so I took their advice, and you know, I unplugged a bit and I watched some TV this week, you know, and I feel better, you know. Because just like dwelling on these terrible events and this, you know, the politics and all the time is not healthy, you know. So like I said, we teach each other, you know, here. That's the point. Because people are smart, they know things. Okay, don't let them think that you aren't smart and you don't know things and you don't have anything to add to the conversation. It's like the whole reason why I do this show is try to bring people on, and that's the reason why I read comments all the time, is because people know things, people are smart. Okay, and we can learn from each other. So I just really want people to believe that. So, but beyond that, what they're doing in Haiti is they're protecting themselves, you know, they're not waiting, you know, like I said, no one's coming to save you. And that's what the Haitian people have realized. They realized no one is coming to save them. You know, the politicians, the gangs, you know, the police are not on their side. Okay. So if they're going to be okay, then they got to make sure that they are okay. You know, they got to do what they have to do to make sure they're okay. So this term, Bwa Kale, is catching fire across Haiti, and they're chanting it, and it's really like the people going on the offensive, you know, to protect themselves. You know, maybe they don't have the weapons that the gangs have, they don't have as many bullets that the gangs have or whatever, you know, but they have the numbers, you know, and they have the heart, you know, and they have, you know, God on their side, you know, and they realize this, and you know, they've had enough, so they are going on the offensive to protect themselves from these gangs, you know, and they're using sticks, stones, whatever they can find, hatchets, you know, but they have, like I say, they have the numbers and they know who the guys are. It ain't no secret who these bad guys are, you know, the ones that terrorize the neighborhoods, who kidnap people, you know, rape and kill people, you know. They know who they are. So the people are ganging up together and they're attacking these people, you know, burning them in the streets, you know, pulling them out of the police stations and murdering them in the streets, you know. uh, it is what it is. It's ugly. It is. It's horrible. You know, some of the pictures that I've seen is terrible, you know, and a lot of people over here in the States wouldn't even be able to stomach it, you know. But then again, what they're going through is horrible. You know, the poverty, the being afraid all the time, not having any security, like anything can happen at any moment, you know, not having electricity, clean water, you know. This is violence too, you know. It's extreme violence, you know, and it causes death, but slowly, you know, painful suffering death. And these people are just, they've had enough, man. You know, waiting for someone to come and save them is not working out. So they taking matters into their own hands. I want to read this article. It's pretty long. I don't know how much of it I'm gonna read. I was reading it while I was at work, and I finished it. I want to say I finished it, but it's pretty long. So, but it's really good, you know. And I had to find this because this kind of stuff is not easily found. You know, it's like no one cares about what's going on in Haiti. You know, nobody's covering it. So I pat myself on the back on this. Y'all getting some stuff that y'all are not finna get from the regular media here in the United States. So appreciate this. Okay. So yeah, so then what led me down this road, like I say, I saw the Jimmy Dore video. I might play some of it, but I saw the Jimmy Dore video and I was like, wow, like what the hell is really going on? And then I was like, what does Bwa Kale mean? Maybe I should start with that. Bwa Kale. Translation. It's even hard to do this because the Haitian Creole is not like a language that they have freaking, I don't know. There's so much favoritism to some languages, and so I don't know, I would call it hate for others. So it's not easy to even find the proper translation for this. It took me a while to do it. Like right now, I'm doing it while I'm talking to y'all, and I'm having a little bit of trouble. Okay, Haitian Creole to English. Okay, Bwa Kale. Okay, yeah, this is good. Let me share this. And then we're gonna come back to that right quick. Translation, is this the screen? Google Translate. Okay, this is the screen right here. I need to close some of these screens. Okay, I just went to Google Translate and I typed in detect language, the Haitian Creole and to English. So and then I typed in Bwa Kale and it comes back peeled wood. Okay, that's the direct translation of Bwa Kale, peeled wood. So, and like I said, it's not easy to even get this far. Let me go back to the article because it actually explains that in the article. Y'all bear with me. Like I said, y'all getting good stuff right here. Okay, so this website, the one that I found, and I'm telling you, it took me a while to do some searching to find this. It just so happened to be this website that I've never seen before. It's, and I think they have a book or whatever. I don't know anything about this. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This is my first time seeing this. So it says in defense of Marxism. Okay. I guess that's the website. I know there's a book with that name or whatever, but it's by Rob Lyon, May 16, 2023. So the title of it is Haiti, Bwa Kale, Movement Emerges in Fight Against Gang Scourge. It says, after suffering for years under a reign of terror at the hands of increasingly powerful gangs, the people of Haiti are standing up and fighting back to regain control of their neighborhoods and cities. A movement called Bwa Kale, literally peeled wood, a metaphor for an act of swift justice, emerged at the end of April in response to an alarming rise in gang-related violence this year. With this movement, the people are taking matters into their own hands and have established self-defense organizations to protect their neighborhoods from the gangs. Surging gang violence. Gangs have been a problem in Haiti for decades. The gangs have direct ties with the corrupt police, as well as politicians and the ruling class who have funded the gangs and used them for their own purposes in criminal schemes to intimidate rivals and settle scores, to collect money and votes, etc. With the gangs, the Haitian political elites and the ruling class had a Frankenstein's monster on their hands. As the crisis of Haitian society has deepened, the state and civil society are completely dysfunctional. The general sickness of capitalism in Haiti has allowed the gangs to grow and metastasize like an aggressive cancer. The further the situation in Haiti declines, the more powerful the gangs become. The cancer of the gangs now threatens the very life of Haitian society itself. The gangs have slipped from the leash and are now in a powerful position. It is estimated that they currently control around 80% of the capital, Port-au-Prince, as well as the major roads in and out of the city. Gang violence has been spiraling out of control for several years, especially since the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse, with brazen kidnappings, murders, and sexual violence. Gangs have engaged in open warfare for the control of territory, terrorizing entire neighborhoods, and were involved in the assassination of activists and journalists. Given the economic crisis and the political disintegration in Haiti, it was only a matter of time before the gangs became a political force on a national level. There was a crisis in September 2022 when the G9 gang, considered the most powerful gang, seized control of the country's main fuel terminal in response to the government's plan to cut fuel subsidies. The 2-month fuel blockade resulted in a fuel shortage, exacerbating an already dire economic situation and leading to the closure of hospitals, schools, and businesses. The G9 blockade was a display of the gang's power and a direct challenge to the state. The blockade of the fuel terminal was eventually brought to an end when the Haitian National Police were able to regain control of the port in early November, but the general situation has continued to worsen since then. According to the United Nations, in the first 3 months of 2023, there were 1,647 recorded incidents of gang-related violence in Haiti, murders, rapes, kidnappings, and lynchings. Painting a picture of just how dire the situation is, one recent article said the following: "It is hard to overstate the desperateness of the situation. Haitians at every level of society have been living in daily fear of being kidnapped, killed, raped, or caught in crossfire. Almost everyone in Port-au-Prince knows someone who has been kidnapped. The Center for Analysis and Research in Human Rights, based in Haiti, counted 389 kidnappings over the first quarter of 2023, a rise of 72% from the same period the previous year, and 173% on 2021. More than 600 people were then killed in a wave of gang violence that erupted in April 2023. The gangs have unleashed a reign of terror in what amounts to a very much one-sided war against the people. But there has been significant change in the situation. The United Nations has acknowledged that because the Haitian state did not have the capacity to respond to the gang violence, people are thus taking the law into their own hands. This has led to a rise in mob killings and lynchings of alleged gang members. At least 164 gang members were reported killed in April. That's in 1 month alone. A recent article in the CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, noted that Port-au-Prince is as violent as it has ever been, but for 2 weeks now, the fear has also flowed in a different direction, thanks to the phenomenon known as Bwa Kale. Bwa Kale, a spontaneous event in the Canopy Vert neighborhood of Port-au-Prince, seems to have sparked off a broader movement of resistance to the gangs across the country. On 24th of April, around a dozen gang members were traveling through the neighborhood to join with an allied gang in a nearby district. The gang members were not heavily armed and were stopped and detained by police. A crowd of local residents gathered at the scene of their arrest. Demanding justice, the crowd attacked and killed the gang members, stoning and burning them to death. A local activist explained that the attack on the gang members dispelled the myth of the gang's invincibility, adding that the group the killed gang members were going to meet was then also attacked by the population the following day. Calls went out for Operation Foul Manchete, Operation Sharpen Machete, on social media. Apparently, even some churches got involved in spreading the message. The Bwa Kale movement was born as people in neighborhoods across the capital and the rest of the country started to take action against the gangs. In the following days, many neighborhoods of Port-au-Prince moved into a war footing where gangs would enter a neighborhood, people would bang on pots, pans to alert residents. The people, not very heavily armed compared to the gangs, would throw rocks or use other rudimentary weapons to confront gang members and have been able to repel incursions by the gangs. The Bwa Kale movement has seen crowds of neighborhood residents go on the offensive. They have used their numbers to overwhelm gang houses. There have been numerous scenes of the people dragging suspected gang members out of these houses, and even from police stations to kill them in the streets. The CBC recently published an interview with the local human rights activist, Valina Elise Charlier, who lives in the Turgay neighborhood of Port-au-Prince. The residents of this neighborhood have recently defended themselves against a gang incursion. The gang members, she said, they came to Debussy, which is on the upper hill of the Turgot area in Port-au-Prince, and for the very first time, the population was not having it. They started shooting back. Whoever had guns and enough ammunition, they started shooting back on the gangs. And then the population came out with machetes, rocks, or wooden sticks, whatever they could find to fight back. They started pursuing all the bandits and the gang members down the hill in every area they went to hide. The Bwa Kale movement has since spread across the country and has already had an immediate impact on the level of gang violence. According to some recent reports, an estimated 100 gang members have been killed, and only one case of kidnapping has been recorded since Bwa Kale started. The role of police. The Bwa Kale movement has meant that gangs have been forced to flee many areas in the capital. Gang members have been lynched or summarily executed when captured by the people, sometimes acting alongside the police. Indeed, when asked about why the people were taking matters into their own hands to deal with the gangs, Charlier had said many neighborhoods were already fighting back, and brigades were already organizing themselves in different neighborhoods. So the population had been quietly organizing themselves. And I think that what really made the difference, in fact, that the police also showed up for the people, which is a very big development. And one of the very few times that we saw the population going hand in hand with the police to fight back against the bandits. The people of Haiti have suffered intolerable situation under the reign of terror of the gangs for years. The scenes of gang members being killed and burned alive are grisly. Though the anger of the people and their thirst for justice are also understandable, the gangs have terrorized the people for years with raping, pillaging, torturing, and kidnapping on a massive scale. The gangs have ruthlessly attacked and extorted the poorest families in the poorest neighborhoods. The people are now standing up to defend themselves and are taking direct action to deal with the gangs. The people have demonstrated that they can defend themselves. They have demonstrated that they do not need the state or the police to do this. It is precisely because the state and police have been powerless in the face of gang violence that the people have been forced inevitably to take matters into their own hands. The Henry regime does not have the means to deal with the gangs. The Haitian National Police are a relatively small force. They are outmanned and outgunned by the gangs and have been powerless to do anything about them for years. There are also corrupt elements in the state and the police that have close connections with the gangs. The involvement of the police in the Bwa Kale represents a mortal danger to the movement. The police appear to be using the Bwa Kale movement of the people to reassert some control over the situation. Ultimately, while the police may be helping to attack the gangs for the moment, their main goal will be to contain the movement of the people and preserve the status quo of the failed Henry regime. Corrupt politicians and elements in the police could also attempt to use the Bwa Kale movement to settle scores with various gangs and other political economic rivals. These are only a few ways the movement of the people could be corrupted. Okay, I'm gonna pause for a little while to give myself some breath, but that's what I'm afraid of. What's probably gonna happen at some point. Whenever there's an organic movement that happens, it always gets taken away from the people and like rebranded, and the powers that be will start to like take it, because it's like this thing doesn't have any leader. It doesn't have any like real structure, or people are getting orders or whatever. There's no ranks. It's just organic, and that's what gives it its real power, because how can you stamp out a movement with no leader, that's not organized? As far as you can't figure who's giving orders, and it's just the people doing it on their own. And whenever movements like that happen, they always end up going the way of like the Black Lives Matter movement did. What's up, Pat, man? How you feeling?
Doing good, man. How about yourself?
I cannot complain. It's good to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, same here, man. Sorry about last night, bro. Got held up taking care of a friend.
It's all good. It's all good, man. It's
Yeah,
all good. I'm just happy to hear you right now.
yeah, man. So how things going with you, bro?
I can't complain. This I'm feeling inspired. I'm feeling happy, even though it's a violent thing. I'm feeling really inspired by this story. That's the reason why I wanted to share it with the audience. I'm gonna read some more of this article, but I'm gonna give myself a break. But like, I'm really feel good about like it's power to the people, man. This can bring tears to my eyes because it's like a revolution. You know what I'm saying? Who
Yeah,
knows how this is going to grow and which direction is going to happen, what if it turns into like, the people actually taking back the streets and really controlling things again, and they can finally get things organized enough for them to have an election and get their government back running and get their,
on their own and without somebody else's interference that's gonna claim it and try to
right,
control it.
right. And that's what I'm scared that's probably likely to happen. I hate to say that,
Well,
but
with the police, because that's when you said when the police joined in, like there's and who knows really where their mind is, but in a case like that, I probably wouldn't really trust them because like they're gonna be the ones that's like they
it's
probably
gonna,
have ulterior motive, like
yeah,
they.
and they're gonna drive it into another direction. The kids haven't been able to go to school for the longest time. Like their society is like completely shut down. It's not functioning. The gangs are just, you know, they're running the show. And what's crazy about it is what they were saying in the article is that the gangs were a thing for a long time, and they have been being used by the government, by the police, by the bourgeoisie of Haiti, to
Hmm.
to do their bidding. But because things got so crazy, the gangs ended up being way more powerful than any of those other elements would have wanted them to be.
Yeah.
Because things have deteriorated to the point where the gangs are now running the show, but still you have the bourgeoisie and government elements, police elements. They still have a lot of influence
Well,
with the gangs. They give them money, they provide them with weapons, they provide them with trucks and stuff, so they're going to still be doing some of the bidding of these people, but the gangs are the ones that's running the show, so they can be like, fuck you, we're not going to do what you said. So
yeah. Well, I mean, you saying some key things in there because as far as the I guess what's really sticking out to me out of what's really going on is the you know the crime. You said that the gangs, the gangs that's organized. That key word, organized crime. So I mean, that's one of the things that I think that if the people somewhat had more of a strategic thing, or even like just the where it's bred in you that when things are not right, you speak up, and it just like becomes a common thing instead of everybody, because the program has been to, hey, that's them. Don't don't look over there too hard. Don't what I'm saying, like don't give it enough, don't give it any attention, turn your back, you can put your head down and act like it's not happening. And I don't think that we're in that space, or need, or even we should not be in that kind of space. We gotta be around like-minded people that's willing to do what's necessary for the side of righteousness.
and,
And
and
that's
I and I blame religion for a lot of that, because it's like they're waiting for Jesus to come back. It's like they go home and they pray and they be like, I'm gonna just pray and things are gonna get better.
what.
Jesus is gonna come and save us.
Well, I would have to push back on that a little bit, because I mean, maybe for some, maybe for a few, that might be it. But, bro, I would, man, like somebody that one of my big homies, we was talking recently, and he kept using the term, or terms, like us being conquered. And it's like, unless I'm really just missing what his meaning of that is, but like you just say you conquered, to me it's just like hang your head up, go sit your ass down, don't even worry about it. Ain't nothing happening here, ain't nothing going, like I don't believe that. Like I mean, it's like anything that's good gonna happen is gonna come from an organic place, the people, and you can't already have your mind made up that you're screwed.
And
Because if
but in his defense, I ain't gonna lie. I find myself thinking that way. I study history and I read a lot, and it's like, when you talk about colonization, you know, it will lead you, but then too they teach you to think that way because that's how the history is taught. like it's over. You've been
Yeah,
conquered, and that's it. It's a wrap.
yeah, and see, and that's the thing. Like I can't think that way. I mean, the whole idea of having to deal with some of these things is a little scary. Of course, I've never been through nothing like that, but at the same time, like my whole thing is that I'd rather be more prepared for the ugliness than to be, when something breaks out, because I mean, most of it is mental. Like we've been going through the mental phases of this war for the last few years, shit, really decades. But the more, you at least feel that you prepared yourself mentally that either, okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna run or I'm gonna fight. And, you know,
Yeah.
I
So
can't, I can't run.
and then what they say is better to be a warrior in a garden than a
A
gardener
gardener in a
in
war.
and
Yes.
I like that you said war because that was the next thing I was going to say because as I did on my studies and I came upon something that they said that we're actually prisoners of war, you know,
Hmm.
and so then that means that the war rages on. It hasn't ended, It
Yeah.
they want you to think that the war is ended and that you're conquered, but the war rages on. It continues, and like you said, it's mostly mental at this point. But that doesn't mean it's over. You know what I'm saying? They
No.
haven't conquered
By the
the
by the
people.
least, because I mean, if it was done, if it was over, because I mean, there's still a lot. Because see, I don't think people really realize, like, because of the structure of our government, legally they can't, like, we would have to go through so many actions of not doing so, because I mean, we've done quite a bit of nothing for a while, but if we really get to the point where we just don't do anything and they've totally gotten where they've changed, because I honestly believe that they want a whole new constitution, make this a whole new country, and everything, all the rules that we've known to be will no longer be. And I don't think people are really seeing that. They're just like either like, and I'm telling you, like my homie, he's gangster. Like, I mean, he good people, but he a tough dude. But he's still using the terminology conquered. Bro, it hurts me, bro.
I feel you. Because if you think in that way, then you might as well think that Jesus is going to come and save you. Because either way, you still not fighting, or
Yeah.
you feel like the fight is pointless, and that's what they want you to think. They want you to feel powerless. They want you to feel like the fight is pointless,
Hmm.
and therefore you won't fight.
Yeah,
Because they know.
you're gonna crawl into a corner, and whatever happens, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna come and smack you around. Your wife, your whole family smack you around and treat you like a little bitch. And
because
I'm just
because at the end of the day the power always goes to the people, and see that's the reason why they have to keep us divided all the time and fighting with each other, instead of coming together.
Mhm.
Later in the show I want to make sure I cover it, the bacon, um
Rebellion.
the bacon rebellion. I want to cover that,
Hmm.
but it's like people coming together and fighting, is what they don't want. They want us to be looking at everything as an individual and just look at things like I'm just going to protect my family and my kids and my household and try to get through this the best I can.
Well,
And I don't blame people for thinking that way, but
I honestly,
if you
I
think
get,
that way you can't fight the war. You have to think in a community way. You have to
yeah,
think in a us coming together to fight the powers that be. That's the only way we'll win. You don't have a chance if you're fighting against them as an individual, and you will get smashed and steamrolled.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. It's been a long, hard fight, but until I'm out of here, I ain't giving up no fight. I'm not about to just, and that's the thing, cause like, I've been talking with different people, and like all of the identity politics benefits who?
The powers that be, the status quo.
Yeah, definitely not us. It's the people at the top. Like, every way that they can separate us. We can shit, people getting separated by colors, by religion. Of course, it started out, mostly with religion, like over dumb shit that, like being a minority. To me, like the more I think about it, is like you playing yourself because you have accepted that you're less than
Right.
by considering yourself that.
Yeah. So that's one of the war on words, the war with words that they use to win. Because
Mhm.
if you subscribe to that, then you've already lost. So then
Yes.
you feel like you don't have the numbers
Well,
to be able to fight.
well, see, and I know that most people, like, because that's why I have these conversations because it's not like they're dumb, but they never had that presented to them in a certain way, or everybody doesn't really study law. I'm not really like super studied in law, but there's certain things that, I mean, especially with what I've done with within
With your
my
name
government.
and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like I've learned so much that, like, we have like we've been conditioned, like we were tricked. But the whole thing is that when you get enough smarts, you don't just sit back and be like, yeah, they got me, and they gonna continue to get me because I ain't shit, and I ain't, I'm not, like, this is more their country than it is mine, or like that. And that's like, it's insane to me. There's no such thing as, like, nobody wrote the law and said, okay, this is the white man's law, and then this is the rest of y'all law. No, it's the law. And
Well, there's some
however,
arguments I can have
how,
with that
however you
because
place your however you place yourself mentally in those conversations is where you will fall into it.
yeah. Well, I think about Malcolm X, his birthday passed I think it was yesterday or the day
Rest in
before.
peace. Yeah.
And yeah, so
Happy
that's the
heavenly
reason,
birthday.
that's why they had to kill him. He was one of them, causing a problem because he kept fighting, he kept
He was
growing,
a-
he
he
kept
wa-
changing.
he was a black nationalist, and they've been fighting. They've been trying to, all the things that they're close to doing now is they've been working on this. And like most people don't like realize, like, because I mean, it's certain things like when the Pope gave an edict, he told us that the people, like, the America didn't win the war, and that we've had Nazis running our country since the Second World War. So, by and I'm sure it's throughout, and I'm trying to do better because my partner told me that I'm being decisive, I mean, divisive when I point out one party over another. And I don't, like, okay, but either way, this country has screwed us. We've been tricked, we've been bamboozled, we've been all these different things. And if we just keep on looking at it like it's just some theater, and we just gonna, because I mean, a lot of it is supposed to be like political theater to get us riled up and get us excited and this, that, and the other. But a lot of those things is to trigger us so that we do something or not do something that's gonna allow them to make the moves that they need to say, hey, this is the direction we're going in.
They're always pushing the envelope to see how much they can get away with because they know the power is to the people. So they keep pushing it. And then you know what
Yeah,
they say all the time, we have to rule by consent. So we give them the consent to do the stuff that they do
yeah,
time and time again.
yeah. I mean, and so anybody who don't see that, they just don't know. And I try to talk, pass on what little, few things I do know. But it ends up being a merry-go-round because they'll argue with me about all those things, and it's like, okay, so we got here to say that, okay, you give up, you quit, like, you mean going to dig
What's
your
the
grave?
point of
You,
anything? What's the
you
point of
mean
even
going,
getting up
yeah,
in the morning?
yeah,
Like,
you mean going to dig your grave now? Like,
yeah. Let me play some of this. This is what led me down this road. It was this Jimmy Dore video. Let me play some of this.
Special guest with us. It's Dan Cohen. He's an independent journalist, filmmaker based in Washington, D.C., and he's reported from Israel and Palestine, Latin America, and the U.S.-Mexico border for outlets including Mondo Weiss, The Nation, Alternate, The Gray Zone, Al Jazeera, English, and Vice News. He recently launched his own journalistic outlet called Uncaptured Media. Welcome back to the show, Dan Cohen. Hey, Dan, good to see you.
Thanks, Jimmy. Good to see you too. I gotta send you guys an updated bio. I'm also a correspondent for Redacted, which is like mostly what I do now.
Oh, okay.
But
fantastic.
my fault. I'll send you guys a new one for the next time. So,
well, we're talking about Haiti today, and there's this Haiti erupts an anti-gang uprising, and I just want to show you this. This is the Port-au-Prince, Haiti today. Police and the population killed and burned bodies of 14 gang members armed with rifles and handguns. So you can see it. I don't have to show it. On April 23rd, after a night of heavy gunfire in the 2nd District and surrounding neighborhoods of Port-au-Prince, Haitian police received information that several gang members were...
Come on.
Yeah, I hate when it does that.
That's why I don't use YouTube that much no more.
Traveling through the area. Early the following morning in the Canapé Vert neighborhood, police stopped a public transportation minibus and found 14 men carrying heavy weapons, ammunition, cell phones, and other illegal contraband. As police arrested them and brought them into the station, a growing crowd of residents decided to take matters into their own hands. They stormed the building, dragged the suspect criminals out, sparing the bus driver and conductor, and proceeding to lynch them, and then burn their bodies, leaving smoking, charred corpses. So that's what they're getting ready to do to those people. They're getting ready to do it. See those that's what those tires are there for.
This is in Port-au-Prince in Haiti. This is what whole thing I'm talking about. This is the Bwa Kale movement, and this is what they're doing. They're killing these people. Like if you're a known gang member, you're off with his head and burn him in the streets.
Yeah,
so everybody can see.
Sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah, exactly.
As police, okay. The spectacle was filmed on cell phone videos that immediately went viral on social media. The incident marked the beginning of a spontaneous and leaderless national uprising called Bwa Kale, literally meaning peeled wood. It refers to the tool used in a severe form of corporal punishment in some Haitian homes and reflects not only the will of its participants to identify, catch, and kill the violent criminals who have long terrorized the country with kidnapping, extortion, and murder, but also to employ the criminals' gang's same gruesome methods of violence against the population. Indeed, the spectacle is the point, seeking to strike terror into the hearts of their tormentors. The Bwa Kale movement is steeped in iconography and zeal of the famed 1791 to 1804 Haitian Revolution, when the slaves of Saint Domingue overcame their colonial masters, defeated the French, British, and Spanish empires, and founded the hemisphere's first republic. Bwa Kale also recalls I can't.
Okay. He said first free republic. I don't know why he left that word out. That's really freaking important. But
no, there's no reason to leave free, put free in there, because I mean,
no, that was really important, because at this time you had slaves, and what they said was, if you land here, you're free. No slavery here at all. Like, period. No man owns another man on this land. That was important, because you had other republics.
But you still gotta.
You had slavery.
Be ready. You still gotta be ready to. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, but I mean, either way, I mean, we'll continue.
There you go. Phenomena literally uprooting the period following the fall of dictator Jean-Claude Duvalier, when the Haitian population exacted revenge on the former regime's henchmen, known as the Tonton Macoutes. Multiple videos show that these self-defense groups kill suspected gang members only after they search them, find evidence, often weapons, information on cell phones, and then extract confessions. Nonetheless, Such a crass method of justice can easily misfire against the innocent, you think? This reportedly happened in the Gros Morne province, where 2 people were mistaken for gang members and killed. Miscarriages of this form of mob justice notwithstanding, it is clear that the fearsome spectacle of an enraged multitude engulfing and dispatching armed criminals has been effective, as kidnappings in Haiti are reported to have dropped to 0 since the movement began 2 weeks ago. Let's bring in Dan Cohen. Dan, what the hell is going on? This seems crazy. So, Dan,
Okay,
over to you. Tell us fill us in. This sounds crazy to everybody.
Yeah, well, so that was April 23rd, the incident you described, Jimmy, which is, the beginning of my article. And since then, there have been multiple incidents of this kind of thing, of basically segments of the population who've been terrorized, their families kidnapped, extorted, murdered by the dozens, where life is just completely unlivable, and has turned the country into a totally chaotic situation where, Americans are told not to travel there. It's a dangerous situation. It's kind of turned it on its head in a way, where now the sources of insecurity, these gangs, are feeling the insecurity themselves. And they've primarily targeted a gang alliance called the JPEP.
So the gangs are afraid. This Bwa Kale movement has got them shaking a bit, because they could be killed by the people. When they was having free reign and running the show, now they got to worry about the people just, taking them out.
In English, it's G people. And there are basically 2 main alliances of armed groups in Port-au-Prince and its surrounding areas. You have the G9, which is led by Jimmy Cherizier, the subject of the documentary that myself and Haiti Liberté did, called Another Vision. So that's one of them. That's the G9, and then.
And let me throw this in there, because they call that guy Barbecue. That's his nickname, the one who's the leader of the G9. And you got to wonder, why did they call him Barbecue? And then no, it's because he burns whole villages and communities and people.
What are the standard things that they do to people like that cross the gangs down there? Is they put 3 tires around them, splash a little gas on them, and just set them on fire. Because the tires just start to melt before they completely die, and it's a long baking process for them.
So that's the reason why the Bwa Kale movement is burning the gang members.
That's what those tires. You saw those tires in that picture. That's
right.
What they were going to do to them. They're going to put those tires on them, and then they set them on fire.
So they're doing to the gangs what the gangs were doing to them. So that's the thing. It's about terror. It's about being scared. It's about the pain of and being embarrassed. Fucking.
You know what? I was gonna the idea of that was the R. Kelly song. When a country's fed up.
Yeah, man.
Then you have the other group, the G people. These popular uprisings are targeting the G people. That's a criminal armed group, whereas the other, the G9, is essentially a forerunner of this kind of movement. It's basically self-defense groups. So the G9 is essentially like a more organized version. Bwa Kale is totally leaderless and spontaneous, and it's just happening all over the place. There's not any kind of coordination. And so, of course, it's a very wild movement. And so there have been several incidents, but now, so yesterday I put out an article showing how gangs are actually going, like hitting back. They took groups of people hostage and took videos threatening to massacre them, like just stopping vehicles on the highway, pulling everybody out, and then taking them into, some area and then putting these videos out on social media. And so as soon as that happened, well, today on Haitian radio, they're saying that the Haitian National Police, and one more bit of context, this has been happening, the population united with the police with segments of the police to go after these gangs. So where the police are very corrupt and anemic, and frankly haven't been able to combat the gangs for political reasons or just because they're so weak, that whole Bwa Kale initial incident sparked something inside the police, forced them to act. And so you had the police and people acting in concert against these criminal organizations. Just today, on Haitian radio, they're reporting that the chief, the head of the Haitian National Police, his name's Francel Bay, who's totally politicized, who's a tool, has ordered the police units to pull back from a neighborhood called Martissan, which is the base of a guy named Tila Pli, who's one of these G People criminals, who's a big kidnapper, really bad guy. So as the people and the police are bearing down on this total murderer and kidnapper, the top of the police command is telling them to pull back. There's some kind of there's a lot of disagreement from the rank and file, who live at, many of them live in these neighborhoods. And so what people suspect, the rumor is that the U.S. told the head of the Haitian National Police, pull these guys back, because basically what the U.S., what the oligarchy that it backs in Haiti, which completely controls the situation, what they're worried about is that this Bwa Kale thing doesn't just target, the goons, the tough guys on the ground, but it actually goes up the ladder to the oligarchy that controls them and basically maintains the status quo.
Yes.
That's what needs to happen.
And that's revolution, and that's what they're scared of. And at some point, that's where, if they keep being successful, then the people are going to be emboldened, and they're going to, be going for the bigger fish. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to work their way up to the bourgeoisie, and they ain't going to have nothing to. What are they going to have to protect them? They are okay with this chaos that's going on because they're still benefiting from it. So they're not going to have any protection. So you're going to need the U.S. military to come in there again to protect the bourgeoisie if this Bwa Kale movement decides to start targeting, the ones who are actually pulling the strings.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, because I guess that would be a direction they would try to take, but these people, we know a lot of what happened. Like they were there, they were living through it, but the president got killed that they loved. After he gets killed, that's when all this stuff starts going down, because we have some, I don't have I'm not gonna say it because it ain't 100% proof, but most likely we know that the reason why the president is dead is probably, the reason is because of us. But either way, them going through all of that, because they those gang members, they got all these guns from where?
Right. Ammunitions.
Yeah,
funding,
this has been going on for what, a year and a half now?
It's been over 2 years now, really.
It's over 2 years. Okay, because I know it's been going on for a while. So where they been getting all this ammunition from?
Yeah, they have to be getting funding from somewhere. So that part is true. The people didn't necessarily love Jovenel Moise, but at the same time, he was their president, and you can't just come and fucking assassinate our president. You know what I mean? Like, whether we like him or not, you can't just come and do that.
But see, and that's the thing. But they love this dude.
There was a segment that liked him, but no, he wasn't that popular.
I think the majority of the people was rocking with him.
He was a puppet of the United States, but the thing is, he started looking out for the people.
He started off, okay, all right, because I know when it came time for Pokey Shotty Shot, he was like, nah, we don't need that. We got that under control. Look, bring me my money. Do what, you know what I'm saying? Do what now we got that covered. And then after that, now I think
all of a sudden out of there.
Yeah.
So yeah, but the thing is, they don't have a functioning government pretty much ever since that. You know,
What is a functioning government? Because I mean,
well,
that's
they don't have the congressmen and all of that. A lot of them,
it's
their
not
seats,
organized. Okay, it's not totally organized. Because I mean, as far as politics,
the people aren't in there. They don't have the politicians. Henry was just put in there as a replacement, and they haven't had elections, so the people hasn't been able to choose. And like I said, they don't have congressmen because their time ended, because there should have been elections. And so then the guy Henri, he's pretty much doing it by himself. He don't even have no support. He doesn't even have congressmen. It's they don't have a functioning government. The gangs are running the show. The police don't have any power. It's total chaos. The kids can't go to school. It's all the way like a not functioning
well,
society.
that's one of those. Damn. Go ahead. Because I lost my
Let me
train of
play a little
thought.
bit more of Jimmy Dore.
So that's essentially the situation right now. But I don't know where this is going to go.
So why did this have to happen? Why did there have to be these groups of citizens going after these gangs? Is it because there's so much corruption in the police force, or what? Tell me.
Yeah. So over the decades, Haiti has been a kind of weakened, gutted state thanks to U.S. neoliberalism. Its relationship with the United States, and I mean Haiti. The president was overthrown. President Aristide was overthrown not once, by twice, by the United States. It's been basically controlled by the United States for decades and decades. And now it's gotten to a point where it's been so weakened, the judiciary, just the government in general, and the police, that and criminal gangs have taken over so much that it's gotten to this point where people have no choice. You can't call the police aren't going to do anything. The police aren't, can be in bed with the gangs. There are different segments of them that are paid off by the oligarchs that are paying the gangs too. So there's no security. And so people live just in sheer terror. I mean, the most famous kidnapping was in 2021. There were 17 North American missionaries that were kidnapped by a group called 400 Mauzo, which is also part of this group, this G People group, and that was like all over the news in the U.S. But largely, it doesn't get reported in English language media. But the situation in Haiti largely is outside of these G9 neighborhoods, which are basically they've established areas free of criminals. Haiti's living in this kind of situation, so people. Given that situation, people have no choice, and there's such a hunger, there's such a deep-seated hatred for this kind of criminality that which they see as imposed from the outside, correctly so, because they're tied to these foreign-backed oligarchs. These gangs are that they just have no choice but to do this. And the videos are horrible. You can look under the hashtag Bwa Kale online. On Twitter, the videos are gruesome. I mean, you're obviously not going to show them on YouTube, but you understand it's like living under ISIS or that kind of thing. People want to, it's like when they killed like Nazis in liberated areas of World War II, they'd string them up so people see. It's that kind of thing to strike terror into their hearts.
And so now what do you? I mean, I don't see how this doesn't seem like it's going to end well. Like it's like it's going to get way worse before it gets better, right? Because the gangs are now starting to fight back. What do you see happening?
Well, I mean, there's potential because I think it's kind of a revolutionary moment in a way. Not to say that they're necessarily going to cast off the U.S. backed government and this whole system, but I mean, it could go any which way. There's. The other point I think is important to make about like the G9 and Bwa Kale, because they're similar phenomenons. There's also another cop in an area called Miragon named Jean-Ernest Muscadine, who's taken a similar approach for like the last year. He has no problem executing criminals. It's ugly, but you have this phenomenon all over the place in the country as the level of criminality rises. So I'm not exactly I'm not pessimistic about it. I'm not optimistic. It's just totally unpredictable. But you know, I'm not. I can't be totally turned off by how gruesome the images are and how chaotic it seems. Because what I really think it is the reordering of the chaos that's been imposed on Haiti.
Okay, wow, it's really a wild story. It's really something. I wish we could show video. We can't. But wow, thanks for bringing that story to us. That's really something. Thanks for staying on it. Check out my
comments, you guys. So I like what he said about reorganizing like the chaos. So it's like the people taking control of the chaos. You know, it's chaos, but at least the people have some say now with this Bwa Kale movement. You know,
it's a violent vigilante movement.
Well, yeah. Hey, you know, I'm an anarchist at heart. So, I mean, I can't deny that I am. You know, that's why, you know, I don't like the violence. Don't get me wrong. You know, anybody getting burned with a tire around their waist and, you know, excruciating pain and in the street in front of everybody is horrible, you know. But at the same time, you know, these people have been going through horror day after day after day after day. And at some point, you know, things are gonna snap back, you know, like it sounds like revolution to me is what it sounds like.
Hey, remember that next time you talk about somebody that does some vigilante shit here.
Yeah. What the motivation behind the vigilante thing is an issue, you know. I mean, when it's the people coming together, you know, to fight a corruption, to fight criminals.
So as long as it's an angry mob, it's okay.
No, it's these, they're killing actual criminals, like the people who are terrorizing their communities, raping, burning.
Okay, you're killing criminals
Kidnapping.
by grabbing them, going through their pockets. If they have weapons or drugs, they're a criminal. If they have connections on their phone, they're a criminal. And if they're not sure, they beat them and torture them until they either confess or they don't, and then they kill them if they confess.
Well, it's like I said, it's ugly, and some people are like, they said there was a story that came out that they killed some people that weren't gang members, you know, and that's very unfortunate. But
unfortunate. You
that's
lost your freaking mind about that the other night.
I mean, it is unfortunate, but you know, at the same time, you know, there's no leader in this. It's chaos. You know, it's horror. You know that they're dealing with it day after day. You know, sometimes it's gonna be collateral damage. You know, it's gonna happen. People are dying the other way around. With the gangs are killing them.
Like I say, when I see them start pulling down the corrupt government officials and officers that have allowed this to take root, then maybe I'll start seeing a little more about this. But right now, it's just an angry mob, and I watched an angry mob that's killing people, and I watched what that did to America for an entire year and a half.
Let me read some more of this article that I was reading earlier. It says,
mind you, I am also saying I'm glad they're getting these dudes out and taking them out, but I'm not at all cool with how and what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say that too. I mean, I can't argue with that. You know, I'm a rational person at the end of the day. I don't really want chaos in the streets. You know, chaos is chaos and anybody can get got in that situation. Let me read some of this. It says, revolutionary self-defense. The Bwa Kale appears at the moment to be a broad movement that has sprung up in numerous neighborhoods across the capital and the rest of the country, but class divisions are already visible in the movement. The neighborhoods of La Boule and Thomasin are wealthier suburbs of Port-au-Prince. Last September, gang members had killed three police officers and killed a prominent resident. a former presidential candidate. The gangs then started terrorizing the population, killing, shooting, raping, kidnapping, ransoming in the neighborhood. The local residents asked the government for help but received none. They eventually took matters into their own hands. Led by a local lawyer, the neighborhood self-defense group reached a deal with the police. Residents of the neighborhood raised around 32,000 US dollars, a significant amount of money in Haiti, to repair a broken armored vehicle in exchange for a police commitment to use it to defend their neighborhood only. The group has also hired private security guards and has acquired pickup trucks to patrol the neighborhood. Of course, every neighborhood in Haiti has an interest in organizing its own defense against these gangs, but some of the wealthier neighborhoods have shown an extremely narrow self interest approach of defending their own neighborhoods alone. Such a narrow approach of organizing is an atomized and individual way is short sighted. If the movements to deal with the gangs are disunited, with little or no coordination between neighborhood and city defense committees, then the struggle against the various gangs could end up being an unnecessarily protracted and violent conflict. Each neighborhood may or may not be able to defend its boundaries from the gangs, but such an approach will not do anything to solve the fundamental problems that led to the growth and power of the gangs in the first place. The Haitian masses have taken matters into their own hands to deal with the gangs. The people in many neighborhoods have taken the significant step of organizing of self-defense committees. The workers and poor must be able to defend themselves from kidnappings and assassinations, and the armed defense of neighborhoods to protect from gang violence is necessary. The struggle against the gangs is also a social struggle. Truly defeating the gangs means sweeping away all the rotten economic and social conditions that allowed the gangs to grow and become so powerful. The gangs are now a component part of capitalism itself in Haiti. The social disintegration and corruption run so deep that the entire capitalist system, including the political framework, has become criminalized and gangsterized. Defeating the gangs ultimately demands an alternative to capitalism. It's not clear how the self-defense committees in the various neighborhoods are being organized. There are likely many different models. The masses must insist on democratic control of the neighborhood committees via elected and recallable delegates. This will ensure the committees reflect the will of the people and will prevent any attempts to corrupt or gangsterize them. To overcome the crisis, the Haitian masses must forge their own path, fight for and create their own democracy. They must create a regime of genuine popular revolutionary democracy. The neighborhood committees should also coordinate their activities through elected and recalled delegates across neighborhoods on a citywide, regional, and ultimately a national level. A national movement of united democratic neighborhood committees could mobilize the masses and coordinate actions to defeat.
Yeah, but all the rest of this is just anti-capitalist. Oh, capitalism has failed because you're on a Marxist website.
Yeah, it's pretty much the end of it anyways. Like they already pretty much gave everything. I was about to wrap it anyway. Yeah, they're pretty much just babbling at this point. Anyways, comments, what do y'all think? Like I said, I smell revolution, and hopefully, that's the direction that this movement will go in. And a revolution is gonna be ugly, you know. Innocent people will get hurt, you know.
That's the problem. The innocent people have been the ones getting hurt.
So then that's what I'm saying. So they have to fight back. What else are they
And,
gonna do?
right now the police seem to be afraid of or in league with, and the ones that aren't in league with are probably the cops that are getting shot. And that's a criminal thing that's been building for hundreds of years, couple of hundred years. And Haitians have always played hard.
That's
It's
true.
always been a hard place. Gangs in the U.S., the cops hate it when Haitian gangs get in because Haitian gangs don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They're the ones that will go after. They will get you, your family, your friends, your neighbor's dog. They don't care. They just want to leave a lot of destruction, a lot of bodies, and a lot of terror. And a lot of the Haitian gangs also are really big into that Haitian hoodoo too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yes, I said it right.
Well, that's what they used to win. That's how they got their revolution way back in the day. You know, they scared the shit out of the soldiers that came over. You know, um, I saw a lot of crazy stuff. I don't know which direction I want to go into because I want to do some small stories before I get into. Did any of y'all watch the video that I sent? The one about the lady who she was a white lady and she wrote a book because she had like a black boyfriend growing up, and then that helped her realize like a lot of things, and it led her to writing a book about it. Did y'all see that video? I sent it in the group chat earlier this week.
No. Was it before or after the edition?
It was before.
Then I probably have not seen it.
Yeah, I don't even know if I sent any videos after I changed up the group chat.
I got to be honest. When I close, I normally go through the videos and stuff like that. But I got a really good audio book that's been I've really been getting into it, and I've been enjoying it. And that hour or two a night when I normally watch the videos from the list, I've been listening to that book, and it's been like mellowing me out a little bit.
What is the book? Sure.
It's a dumbass book. It's called I don't even know what it's called. It's a one who fights with monsters or something like that. Basically, a guy gets sucked into from our world to a magic world, and he's got this weird like interface with it, like it's a video game or a role playing game, and then it's just adventures and stuff in the magic world. You'd actually like the main character. He's a little edgy on he's kind of like we are about the class thing and stuff like that. He's a little more left on some of his ideas, and he gets into this aristocracy society of adventurers and noble families and stuff like that, and kind of rubs people the wrong way in the right way for me to enjoy the book.
Yeah, it sounds interesting to me.
I got it on Audible because I can listen to a book while I close, and I really don't have time to read anymore.
Yeah. Well, ain't nothing wrong with audiobooks. I don't have no problem with them.
Hey man, The Secret is one of the best audiobooks you can get.
My issue,
just pump it in there and let it roll.
I can barely use audiobooks though, because they annoy me because they have to go at a certain speed that you know, for most people, and I read a lot faster than that. So for me, I'd much rather have the hard copy.
No, I'm not talking about a reader book where you're reading. See, that's why I don't do information books. I can't do them on the Audibles. They just knock me to flat right out.
They go too slow.
Yeah. Now, my horror stories, the Necroscope books by Brian Lumley, love those on audiobook. You know, it's like you're watching it on TV, but it being described to you.
Yeah.
You know, they're literally reading the book, but the good ones, they'll have different voices, accents, and stuff like that working in there to where you can get it a little bit better in your head. You know, you understand where normally you would see it in the book and it would be a back and forth and you know who's talking. They'll use the voices so you can. So it's pretty good like that. And some of them are actually like productions, like full fledged, like if you didn't know otherwise, you would think you're actually watching it on TV because it's like the old radio shows.
Yeah.
Where they describe it. They got the background sounds, background music, and they're called graphic audio.
And I remember those, and I still kind of enjoy those. They had to be creative. My grandfather used to listen to the radio a lot when I was a little kid, and he liked to listen. He listened to baseball a lot, but he also listened to those, the radio shows like the ones that you're talking about.
I just listened to Patrick Stewart read me C.S. Lewis, The Lion in Winter.
Yeah, that's cool stuff.
Stephen Fry from the English guy. He played Holmes's older brother in the Robert Downey Sherlock Holmes, and you'd know him if you see him, but you may not know him by name. He read the Sherlock Holmes collection. He read all the Sherlock Holmes books, and that was really cool.
Did any of y'all see the video, the budget farce one? The one talking about the budget, and what did it say? The budget farce. Robert Kuttner on why Biden administration. Hold on, what's the title? The budget farce. Robert Kuttner on why the Biden administration can't give in to the GOP demands to gut safety net. It said, with the United States just 2 weeks away from the possible default on its debt for the first time ever, President Joe Biden has cut short a trip to Asia to continue negotiations with congressional leaders in Washington over lifting the federal government's debt ceiling. Republicans are seeking major.
He saved us a couple $1,000,000 by not going there.
Yeah, like what he was going to accomplish, anyways.
I'm just talking about the cost of the trip to the American taxpayers.
Yeah. Again, like I say, what was it going to accomplish? A lot of those things be photo ops, and that'd be all they accomplishing. It says Republicans are seeking major budget cuts as well as a new work requirements for recipients of Medicaid and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as food stamps. But prominent Democrats are pushing the White House to stand firm. So that's what that particular one was about. I don't know if y'all saw that. I don't know if I want to go into that right now. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Check this right here. It says Texas Children's Hospital has been performing transgender procedures on children after it publicly stated it would stop, according to a whistleblower report. Medical records show some doctors at TCH provided procedures and drugs to extremely young children. The Washington Examiner, that's the article.
I want to know more on that, because someone born intersex or something like that having a procedure as a child would not be out of bounds, but it would trigger the same kind of snooping thing. If someone snooping,
well, you know that this is all just
it would be under the same kind of medical codes and stuff like that as, say, transgender or reassignment, but it's actually something that needs to be done or is a choice for, intersex or something like that.
Well, this is a trigger clickbait thing anyways.
Yeah, that's why I'm throwing out conditionals, because stuff like that, and a lot of people that would get outraged don't know to ask about something like that, or even what the hell I just said, to tell you the truth.
Right. Yeah, they run with the headline. The headline is Texas Children's Hospital pursued transgender procedures with religious fervor. So
I hate that headline right there. That sure better be in the opinion op-ed area, man.
Hopefully, but people don't know how to separate op-eds. Anyways, they don't know how to separate opinion news stories from informational, news. Anyways, they don't even know.
Look, because that's posing as news right there, and the title itself shows opinion, not fact.
Yeah. Uh, let's indulge them a little bit because
Yeah, we need somebody to make fun of tonight.
it's the Washington Examiner restoring America with flags in the middle for the E. Um, it says Texas Children's Hospital has been performing transgender procedures on children after it publicly said it would stop, according to a new whistleblower report. Documents obtained by the Manhattan Institute Christopher Rufo show the hospital continuing to offer transgender drugs such as puberty blockers to children. It says tax preparation industry pushes back against IRS. Damn, that was it. So it went to the whole different thing. Hold on, that can't be it. Yeah, that was it. It went to a whole different. Hold on, no, it didn't. Okay. Um, no, it didn't. It's still on there. It says documents obtained. Okay, let me keep going. Tax preparation industry pushes back against IRS pilot program. Why is it saying that?
No, don't
Wait.
read the headline.
That's a link.
That's a different link. Yeah.
Okay. Now, okay. That's throwing me all the way out.
You can get 842 links.
It says, oh shit. It says physicians at the hospital received training in January 2023 on gender-related treatment during the medical and psychological care of gender-diverse youth presentation, which was put on by THC and Baylor College of Medicine. Doctors were advised on the process for the medical interventions. They were told to start adolescent patients with drugs like hormone therapies and puberty blockers, and then assess genital mutilation surgeries once they reach adulthood. According to the presentation, surgeries may be appropriate for adolescents. The wording of this is really strange, right? Am I tripping? Because it says they were told to start adolescent patients with drugs like hormone therapies and puberty blockers, and then assess genital mutilation surgeries once they reach adulthood.
They are defining gender reassignment surgery as mutilations.
Yeah, that's strange.
That's part of the, like I said, opinion. This is radical right kind of phrasing here.
Yeah. Fluff.
No, that's not fluff. That is hate.
It says
that is saying gender affirmation surgery. Someone of an adult in choice, they are calling that genital mutilation.
Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't call it. I mean, maybe.
I guess technically it is. I mean, by the sheer definition of, turning an outhouse into an in-house or an in-house into an outhouse.
Yeah. But
it's not that. That's not what it is.
Yeah, because it's not exactly. Because whenever I think of genital mutilation, I think about, and they have these practices that they still do in some countries.
Over in some of the other, I'm not going to say where and anything like that, but in the countries that they cut the woman's flower off.
Yeah, so that she can't.
Circumcision is a form of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have proven actual physical detriments to circumcision now that are equally as valid as the reasons for doing it.
Yeah, but the purpose of the genital mutilation aren't like they're against the will of the person, and they're to like make them not be able to enjoy sex or whatever, not be able to get married, all of this kind of stuff. So that makes it different. The intention makes it different.
Well, not so much, because the result ends up being the same. It's been proven for male circumcision that it reduces sensation and causes other problems too.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm sorry, I haven't seen any male willing to get the tip of their junk cut off.
Right. Did you
I
give?
mean,
Did
at
you?
any age of willful consent.
Right. That's what I'm about to say. Did you ask that kid if this is what he
Hey,
wanted to do?
hey, just a tip, man. Just a tip. I don't like it looking at me that way. I don't like the way that eye keeps poking out.
Yeah, we're gonna make it pretty for you. You know. What do you think about that? Yeah, I don't think that any kid gonna actually give consent for that shit. Like what? You're gonna cut my wee wee?
So, and then there's that one kid with the 3-inch winker going, they over circumcised me.
Yeah, that's the reason why. Hey, that's the reason why I only got 3 inches now. Shoot, I ain't even get a choice in the matter.
So, and then there's that Hedwig and the Angry Inch guy, that movie.
Let me read some more of this. It says, those practitioners that are pursuing so called gender affirming care are undermining public trust by engaging in what must be considered experimental therapy that is clearly harming a number of children and is without valid evidence for helping children with severe psychological disturbances. What the hell? The screen freaking jumped on me. Dr. Stanley Goldfarb, chairman of the medical advocacy group Do No Harm, told Washington Examiner to pursue these treatments in the face of their own organizations decided to refrain from the medically unproven approach suggests the actions of those driven by religious-like fervor. There goes that wording again. Medical records show some doctors at TCH were providing these procedures and drugs to extremely young children. One assistant professor at Baylor who practices medicine at TCH has provided procedures to patients as young as 11 years old, according to medical records. Another TCH doctor said he privately asked children about other names or pronouns they might use, but does not tell the child's parents because not every patient who is gender diverse may have that safe environment at home. Yeah, they're pulling strings all over the place with this. But
Well,
what I would say,
doctors and psychologists technically do not have to inform parents of gender diverse language or stuff. They only have to discuss things that affect the direct safety, health, or direct welfare of the child.
right,
I mean,
it has
like,
that
like
plan.
if they say if I'm a delete myself, they got to talk about that. If they say I want to hurt somebody or I want to hurt my brother or this person at school, they have to talk about that. But they don't have to talk about how pretty they feel that day.
Right. So that the patient confidentiality thing, same thing with like a lawyer, you want to have those things in place, you know, that's a good thing, I would say.
But
Um,
I'm sorry, as soon as medicine becomes involved, you giving my child medicine, now I want all the cards on the table. Because I
yeah,
guarantee you, I'm going to look up what you give them. And if all of
right.
a sudden you're giving them hormone blockers, and I'm going to be like, whoa,
Yeah. What is
what
this?
is this?
Yeah. So, but one thing I'll say though with this story is that when it's saying that the doctors are doing things that um, are not legal in the state, like that sounds kind of weird to me as far as like, you know, um, if it's become illegal, whether you agree with it or not, and you are a professional, then you're like breaking the law, and like I don't think that's cool.
I'm not sure if that's the law yet or that's the one that they're about to put in, the one that they're working on, the gender affirming care law they're trying to put in. I
Yeah,
think they may be doing this in advance of that law being passed. Because if you are in mid treatment, then technically it would be medically unsound to take you off of that treatment, correct?
mm.
So they'll be able to grandfather anyone they've got started on those treatments.
Well, I don't know that much
Just,
about it, so
just
how would
based
it
on my
work
experience.
if you already started taking hormone blockers or whatever? What would happen if you abruptly stopped?
Over time, you would stop producing, or you would stop having the female hormones or male, and the ones that your body produces naturally would come back. However,
Okay.
the problem is a lot of times these hormone blockers interfering with natural puberty and development will have a tendency to arrest the hormones. So they literally get stuck,
Stuck
or
in limbo, like stuck in between.
they if they don't produce eggs anymore, or can't, or their eggs don't, or go bad, or they can't produce viable sperm anymore.
Mm. And could that lead to
And now, I'm
like
not saying that always happens. I'm not saying it happens a lot, but it happens enough that it is a valid factor in this.
could that lead to like cancers or whatever, like some kind of like
I mean,
debilitating?
mother's milk can lead to cancer. There's proof of that now. I mean, breathing will give you cancer. Everything will give you cancer. But
Yeah,
cancer, truthfully, is defined by an unknown cell multiplication.
yeah,
I mean, cancer is the root word for anything we don't know what it is.
yeah,
Like mania was back in the day.
yeah, yeah. That's why they're lying when they say, we can cure
Oh,
cancer,
I think we got Pat's attention.
Throw, They need to throw some stuff back, cause at least they'll be able to get some of your some of our stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's why they're lying when they say, we got a cure for cancer, or we're curing cancer, or we're making cancer
Which
history.
cancer?
Yeah, you know. Uh I think it's a huge selling point, I see it on the big billboards when I'm driving on the freeway. And and when I read the billboard, I always think to myself, I'm like, man, they're really like they're really pulling people's strings, they're pulling people's heartstrings, and it's really a money making ploy, and it's really horrible. It makes me sick to the stomach.
Hey man, I grew my hair down to my waist 3 times and gave it away so they could make wigs. So, you know, I'm good with stuff like that.
And then you stood up again.
Do what?
You bent over with your head down to your waist.
No, I said I
Right?
grew my hair down to my waist
I know I'm
and
being
then
silly, but
cut it off. Oh, okay.
uh Look at this. So a lot of people, they're saying the Bakhmut is over, and the battle for Bakhmut in Ukraine is over, and the
back
Russians
move.
have taken it. It's a area of Ukraine, and this clip right here shows a soldier standing above the rubble, you know, waving the flag.
I thought it was.
I mean, the Ukraine.
I thought Ukraine was winning.
Yeah, the Ukraine. I said it backwards. That's man. I'm confused now.
We have captured this town of rubble.
What did it say?
I said, we have captured this town of rubble. It is ours to rule. We
There's no
need much vodka. And please send our women back. Our Ukrainian women have gone everywhere. We have none left.
I'm trying to find the freaking. There's no retweets underneath this to explain it. Yeah, I'm confused now. I just confused the hell out of myself on that. Let's redo this one. It says Montana bans TikTok, calls it Chinese spying app. That's kind of interesting.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out why you haven't covered the TikTok ban thing and all the other stuff that it does.
What? Say that again? I'm sorry. I was playing something in my ear when you was talking.
I said, I'm surprised you haven't covered this TikTok ban thing going around in the government right now because of all the other things that it does.
I have. We covered it, I think, some weeks ago.
We mentioned it coming up, but we didn't know any of the details about it, and I found out some details about it now that are like, uh, yeah,
Well,
it's going to give
share.
them permission to do the stuff that they've been doing for years.
Well, go ahead
It
and
is
share because I know that
it
the
is more
government.
it is more invasive to our individual privacy than the Patriot Act was after 9/11.
I know that on federal grounds or you can't have the app. I think the Congress people can't
No,
have
this
it.
is a new one. This is the
Okay.
official. This is the one that the Congress is trying to pass now. It includes the ability for the government to go up to and including any network directly connected to cable or wireless, meaning anything that you connect to a router that's connected to public cable or anything like that. They are now allowed to look into. Um, Something like that. VPNs, they're trying to outlaw those and make it and charge you like $20,000 to use VPNs, which I'm sorry, that's a major point of friggin' protection for 80% of the online community, not the nefarious people, but people just trying to protect themselves on like Omegle, Twitch, YouTube. So, not every single person and their dog has direct access.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean, this is,
the reason why they ban the VPNs is so that they can keep selling your data. If you have a VPN, then they're not getting all that data that they want to get from you that they can
sure
sell to
they,
these damn companies.
sure they are, because you've already given permission to do that inside your browsers. Don't matter. It doesn't matter what the VPN bounces your signal around to make it more difficult for. Well, first it's going to stop your casual pop-ups and things like that, so you'll get better speed. But it's more to stop casual people from just going, "Hey, here's his IP address," when you're like in a chat room or on a game or something like that. A
Yeah,
lot
and
of
this
people use it to bounce their signal so they can access websites that aren't allowed to be accessed from the United States, which is another thing there. That's what they're after. They don't want me to be able to access the internet from, say, Africa, where I get to see what they're saying on their news channels.
yeah, so it's about control.
Yes, that's why I want you to look at it more than just it's not just banning TikTok. It's more invasive and more controlling than the Patriot Act was.
There it goes, the next level of the shit. So I'm not surprised. But yeah, I feel like the control, not being able to get the news and stuff from around the world. But I think that not knowing where you were shopping or if you were like thinking about buying some shit, that too, because that's the data is the new oil. It's the new fucking gold mine. That's why they want you to give your phone number everywhere you go when you buy something or whatever. They ask you to sign up to their whatever thing.
In 1992, I got a hold of something like 130 phone books from all across the country. I, by hand, typed and wrote down the phone number and address and name of every single computer parts and computer repair shop that was in those phone books. I created a list some 400 pages long of all of those things. I sold that list only in print form. I was the only one that had a digital copy. I sold that list for $2,000 to $3,000 a pop to 20, 30 different people just in Houston. I had people writing me from all over the country wanting to buy it from me. I mean, if things hadn't have changed and gone digital and stuff like that, And well, then somebody copied and started selling it out from under me. So, but I made a lot of money, and that was in the early '90s. Just compiling it from phone books, and that list was that important to people that sold computer parts. Because I would go to the distributors in the cities. There's like always like 5 or 6, and I'd go, I'm selling this list to 3 of you in the city, and that's it. Only 3 of you, $300 each, and they all 3 of them would buy it.
Well, like I was, back to TikTok. Like, I'm not a fan of TikTok at all. If it went away tomorrow, I would not bat an eye. I think it's a horrible thing. But at the same time, when they start saying stuff like this, it makes me wonder. It makes me.
Well, it's cheaper than a strip club, at least. Not a whole lot different.
It just makes me wonder. It makes me suspicious. When the government starts talking about they want to ban an app, that automatically makes me suspicious. Like, because I know that they don't have our best interests in heart with it. Like, I can't help but to think that they don't. You know what I'm saying? I automatically think that they don't.
Well, it just so happens that their interests happen to align with ours. It doesn't necessarily mean it's in our best interest, just that our interests currently align on that matter.
Yeah, because if TikTok went away, I think it's a horrible thing. I really do. I think it's a horrible app. At least the one that's here in the United States, the version that we get. I hate it. But if the government is saying we want to ban an app, I'm like, like, what is really going on here? Am I sharing? Let's play a little bit of this right quick. Because Montana governor says TikTok is spying app.
Montana has become the first U.S. state proposing to outlaw the use of TikTok. It follows the local governor's accusation that the popular app is being used by the Chinese government to spy on Americans.
The Chinese Communist Party using TikTok to spy on Americans, violate their privacy, and collect their personal, private, and sensitive information is well documented. Today, Montana takes the most decisive action of any state to protect Montanans' private data and sensitive personal information from being harvested by the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, if not challenged by TikTok, the ban will take effect from January. Now, the bill would fine any app store offering the download $10,000 per day every time a user gains new access to the application. The state's governor has also suggested banning every foreign app that could gather Americans' data, naming not only Chinese, but Russian social media as well. China has repeatedly opposed the allegations that it is collecting data. Journalist and author Daniel Lazar says the Republican Party's anti-China mania has reached new heights.
It's just ludicrous. It's laughable. It's a spy mania, as you pointed out, and it cannot be explained in rational terms. That's the important thing. So it's not a case of what the governor wants, whether he has some kind of rational alternative. He is simply seized by an anti-Chinese mania and is acting on that impulse. It's very simple. It's very crazy, but very simple. The Republican Party in America is just going crazy. And Montana is controlled by the Republican Party. They are just seized with xenophobia, anti-Chinese fervor. They're convinced there are Chinese spies behind every tree, under every bed. And it's really reaching ludicrous extremes.
To me, what stood out from this video, and my brain just keeps going over it, the part where he said, any foreign country gathering data, something like that. I can't remember exactly how they said it, but my brain just went to thinking, okay, well, they're okay with American companies gathering your data. They just got a problem with. So then it sounds like competition. Like they don't want them to be competing. They don't want to compete with foreign countries for mining your data. They want it all to themselves.
Well, see, these countries don't allow our apps and things like that to get the same data either, and have had that shut off from the beginning. So, it's not actually 100% unforeseen that they would be like, well, you don't allow this in your country and allow this, so why are we allowing it here? And yeah, competition. I understand that. I mean, why allow a foreign corporation an edge? You do know that any corporation that works in China or gets money through China or has base in China has to give up their corporate secrets to the Chinese party, right?
I've heard that before.
Like, if you got a new way of doing something that's not been done before and you want to do this in China, you have to tell them the trade secret of that to be able to operate there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Let me read some tweet comments. It says, I guess this is the incentive I needed to join TikTok. I think a lot of people will react that way. It's like, oh, they're banning it? Like, let me go see what's going on over there.
Yeah, and then they see what's on there and it's like, why did I join?
delete.
No, I'm glad. It really helps me assess and understand the mental degradation and psychosis of a lot of American youth right now.
Oh, that's what makes me hate the app so much. I think that damn app then
Dude, it's these multiple personality ones that are really bothering me. I saw this one. Hi, I'm Chuck. Hi, I'm Pat. Ooh, I'm Terry. It's like, so you're saying at 17, you have not only have 7 to 9 personalities, but you have managed to pull the lifetime work of integrating them into one persona and have such control that you can switch from persona to persona. No, dude, you just made some characters up in your head and switched between them. I got about 140 of them because I write.
Yeah.
That's all it is. The creative mind. You're not batshit nuts. I mean, you should hear me arguing with myself. I use different accents.
And then we're waiters anyway, so we're like a different person for each table sometimes.
The Scottish guy is funny, man, but I'll tell you, when I'm arguing with the French guy, he's an asshole.
Yeah, but I feel like the damn TikTok has hijacked my kids, bro. Like, they've corrupted my children, and I'm competing with TikTok. Like, I'm always trying to bring them back to reality, and it's a constant struggle every damn day.
Put your shortcuts 90 seconds and shorter on TikTok.
They're not gonna watch my stuff. They're gonna scroll right past that. The most nonsensical, retarded stuff is what they watch. I had my youngest.
It's not retarded. Retarded is going backwards. This is pro-tarded. They have gone to the next level.
It's so painful.
They're making money off of this. It is pro-tarded.
My youngest, I had to get her earphones because she'd be sitting next to me while she's scrolling, and the stuff I'm hearing is just like making me want to vomit. I'm like, can you please put some earphones on, because I do not want to hear that stuff. Like, it bothers me. It really bothers me.
Sounds like that's a completely different algorithm from what I get too.
It's like the stuff is just straight bonkers nuts, and they're laughing at it. It's entertaining to them, and I'm like, oh, this is not entertainment. I don't see how you find this. They share stuff with me too. They're like, hey, check this out. And I'm like, this is funny to you? I'm like, I don't see the humor in this.
This is why life was better before warning labels. Sorry.
Let me read a couple more tweet comments. This one, it says, shouldn't they also ban U.S. spying apps too? See, that's what I said. That was a comment underneath this video, the tweet. This was a tweet. The Montana.
The big argument is, if you click yes on the user agreement, it is no longer a spying app. You have given it permission.
Let me read a couple more. It says, so these are comments underneath the video that they said Montana is banning TikTok because it's a Chinese spying app. And so let me read some more. It says, this one says, which it is. Another one says, because it is, never trust the CCP. Another one says, and Google, who also spies on customers, is so grateful. Another comment says, American social apps are banned in China. That's what you said. Another comment it said, where's the evidence that TikTok is a Chinese spying app? The US media is spewing this huge claim without any evidence. Then again, 99% of US news media is propaganda.
That's not true. You got to look for it, but there's an article that there is a master code and master panel in China that has access to all data, including American data. Not saying that everyone has it, but of course, anyone that works IT knows that IT has access to everything. But there's supposedly a master panel. Someone proved this, and I cannot find that freaking article because remember, I brought it up. I actually posted it a while back, and it's not in our messages anymore. Or when I still had my other phone, it vanished from the messaging. And it talks about there's a master panel that can access any data anywhere. That's why the government pulled the plug on it, because if someone had a TikTok app and they were on a secret military base, they could be located by using and tracked by the TikTok app if they opened it at all. So they're like, no, we can't do this, because if they can identify one particular user as, say, the guy that does these drones and stuff like that, they can then tag his phone to track. And so that's the problem they're having with the depth of permission that TikTok has, and the fact that they say there's a master computer, a master panel in China. And because China has a thing where you have to have 100% cooperation with the government, that means if the government of China walks in there and says, you're going to use this master computer to look at this person, they have to do it. They don't have to tell us about it. They don't have to say they did it, but they have to comply and give them the data that they want. So this is the logic and the reasoning that is being used to call it a spying app right now. If that helps a little. I mean, I'm sure that's full of holes for what it is, what I'm saying, but that's the gist of the story.
This one, Fox News says Biden administration touts 70% drop in migrant encounters post Title 42, bucking predictions. That's interesting that Fox actually covered this in this way. Biden administration touts 70% drop in migrant encounters post Title 22. The Department of Homeland Security is highlighting a sharp drop in migrant encounters in the southern border since the end of Title 42.
Because whatever happened with Fox, the government is going to have their hand so far up their rear end, Fox might as well be a Muppet. I mean, they're going to be party line from now on. Watch.
Scared to get more.
I wonder if the drop in migrant encounters comes with the pullback that they ordered at the borders, because we see that in our local. They've reduced the number of patrol at the borders. That came through our local news here recently. That's why they were trying. That's why Abbott sent the guard, is because the federal enforcement has been pulled off a little bit.
Well, let's read a little bit of this. Biden administration touts 70% drop in migrant encounters post Title 42, bucking predictions. It says the Biden administration.
Lieutenant Chris Alvarez with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Lieutenant, thank you for joining us. This slowdown that happened after Title 42 went down, do you expect it to continue? And of course, by the way, President Biden's taking full credit for it. What do you say to both of those questions?
What happened?
Well, I mean, first off, David, good morning. Great
Good
to
morning.
be with you. So, of course, there was multiple factors that are causing this decrease in numbers that we're seeing at the border. But keep in mind, we're still averaging anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 encounters at the border. That's not taking into account those illegal immigrants that are being released through the ports of entry with notice to appears, where they have court dates 3-4 years from now, and even much longer. And also, you'll also keep in mind too, during the Title 42 week, over 6,000 were released without any type of notice to appear. So again, it's all smoke and mirrors. When we look at the numbers, we still have a serious order now. It's credit. Well, I think the credit goes to the state of Texas for what we did during that week of Title 42 with our Texas DPS troopers, our Texas National Guard, everyone that stepped up and held the line by preventing thousands more of illegal crossings. And it was all because Governor Abbott mobilized additional state resources to the border, more state troopers, more National Guard, even Texas game wardens were involved as well. So it was a concerted effort as far as everyone involved, and we were actually able to prevent many more crossings. That's a strategy that we're going to use moving forward, especially like in Eagle Pass, El Paso, where we do expect to see more increased crossings or potential crossings throughout the summer months, because typically the summer months is where we see more activity taking place. And also we got to keep in mind too the gotaways. Those individuals that are trying to evade capture, that's our primary focus as well as the criminal activity, human smuggling, and of course, as Dan Springer mentioned, over 400 million lethal doses of fentanyl that our DPS troopers have seized statewide in the past 2 years in Operation Lone Star.
Yeah, and of course, the gotaways, you have no idea who they are or exactly what they might be doing, whether they have criminal intent or whether they're real refugees. But bottom line, I'm wondering how much the cartels who control everything that's happening from Mexico to getting through the border, how much they have become embedded in the United States, how much they have actually taken root here and are causing a long-term problem for law enforcement.
Well, the cartels have always had some type of influence in the United States. I mean, just not because of the current situation at the border, but even years before. I mean, that's how they're able to gain so much influence, by not only carrying their organized crime from Mexico into the United States, because it's also human smuggling, drug smuggling, weapons, everything that's involved with that organized crime. So because of the current situation for the past 2 years, they become more emboldened. They become more powerful because they're making a lot more money now than ever before off of human smuggling. Every person that comes across that river, whether it be a man, woman, child, even human smuggling cases where we see these, immigrants that are being smuggled in vehicles and trailers, they're making money. They're profiting off of that. It's a multi-billion-dollar trade for these Mexican drug cartels, not only drugs, but also human smuggling. And also you look at fentanyl, how they're able to mass produce fentanyl now at record levels, which we had never experienced before in years. And now we're seeing that because they're able to produce so much fentanyl, and there's no consequences. In Mexico, there's no consequences from preventing these precursors that are being imported into Mexico, where these cartels are able to mass produce fentanyl at record levels. And of course, now tens.
Okay, man. Leave it to Fox to, this story is about how the amount of people crossing has dramatically dropped.
No, that was an organic move into what he was talking about. He went from what's going on to what's coming with it and why it's happening. So yeah, that was an organic move, because he's talking about how it's coming along with it, and how the cartels are forcing the people to do it.
Yeah, and I get that. But the story was about how the amount dropped.
Yeah. And he's saying, yeah, it's dropped a little bit, but it's still way above normal. It's still record numbers, even though it's dropped.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. The headline says, "Oh yeah, it's dropped," so everyone's like, "Oh yeah, it's going down, it's going down," but it's still record numbers above previous years. And see, he was talking about some of them getting dates 3 years out. I want to go down there. I want to buy 100 acres of chump land in the middle of nowhere. I want to hook up some water and power, build some big old apartment complexes, build a courthouse, and then rent it to the government and let them store and roll people out there on the government dime. And damn it, if someone goes out and does that that's listening to this, please give me some love. I'll spread some bachata, I promise. I mean, just enough to get me a house and a car. I'm not greedy. Okay, we'll toss Chaka 20K, something like that.
Yeah, you gotta
a
have
lot
that
more if I
seed.
get a lot more. I mean, if it comes through here, of course I'm gonna give you a 20% at least.
You gotta have that seed capital. So the person who got the seed capital is like, I ain't gotta share shit.
Yeah, like I say, I inspired you. Just give me some love. That's all I ask. I'm not greedy. I'm a humble man. It doesn't take much.
This is the Daily Beast. Headline is Daniel Penny, I'm not racist. I was planning a trip to Africa before chokehold death. So it says the subway vigilante facing charges on second-degree manslaughter for choking Jordan nearly to death on a New York City train said he is not a white supremacist and is a normal guy. In an exclusive interview with the New York Post, everybody who's ever met me can tell you I love all people. I love all cultures, Daniel Penny said. I was actually planning a road trip through Africa before this happened. He claimed the incident had nothing to do with race and that he judges people based on their character. While he could not divulge many of the details of that day on the F train due to his pending case, he described it as unlike anything I'd experienced before. This was different. This time was much different, the ex-U.S. Marine said. Penny told the New York Post he was deeply saddened by Neely's tragic death and hoped we can change the system that so desperately failed us. When asked if he felt ashamed for his action, the vigilante said he didn't. I always do what I think is right, Penny said. Oh, that's the end of it. So, yeah, I think that a lot of the people are the ones that's jumping on this and, assigning this guy to a certain character
That's what I was saying. Man, they cut out on every video you see. There's one part that you cut out the last few minutes. They always cut out, and it's him laying him out and spreading him out into the recovery position. Hand on his side, hands out like that. If he even thought he was gone or was trying to end him, why would he have done that?
Yeah.
I mean, either that or he's deeply, deeply, deeply psychotic, and this is all like, from that Primal Fear movie kind of twisty brain stuff. But I don't think so. I mean, I think he did what he thought he needed to do in the situation, and it turned out really, really, really bad. Really bad.
Unfortunate series of events.
I think he may have been a little excitable. I think he may have tried to do something he may not have been trained to do. And it went bad. But that is exactly what second degree is about. Yes, someone was ended. It may not have been intentional, but it was done through your mishandling of the situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was an accidental ending caused by your actions.
Yeah.
And that's a good solid charge. It's reasonable. He's not going to get too long. He'll probably get a good chunk of it on probation or parole, which also, if he does anything bad while on that, I hope they throw the freaking book at him for both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we can do.
Yeah, when I was covering this, my fervor was
You were
not to
mad.
this,
You were mad, dude.
not to this guy, it's to the internet, to these hateful people. So these people assigned him a position of like a white supremacist or whatever, or he's standing up for their beliefs or whatever, or white nationalists or whatever. Like this guy, you know, they made him a poster child for some.
You were talking like you'd be happy if he fried.
I never said nothing like that. My whole anger was
not directly, but man, you were very not on this guy's side or even trying to be sympathetic with him.
I was just focusing on the facts, like because we were talking about it, and then it was like the guy killed the guy, and we're not focusing on that.
That was never in any context. That was never in any contest at all. That was an agreed upon situation.
And and I'm talking about how the internet was talking, the comments that people were making about this whole situation, totally heartless. And they also have made this guy into something, like made him into a poster child for something, you know. And they've also made Jordan Neely a poster child for something, you know. The internet has this event has shown, you know, it people's cards, if you will. Like,
gotta love an election cycle.
I guess because that could be it. But you know, I think that
you forget every single thing that happens now is not going to be brought to our attention unless it has the ability to cause a divide, to make one side look good and the other look bad. And we're going to see a whole lot more of the left looking good and the right looking bad, because that is 90%, 70, 80, 90% of our available media.
Yeah, anything to have us fighting.
Good or bad, I'm not, but right now, the media horrifically leans to the left. And that's why we're going to see a whole lot more GOP not doing anything while all this happens. And all of that. And it's like, well, what's the other side doing? Waiting for gotcha moments and sound bites against the other side. Instead of fighting the problems that are plaguing our society, they're too busy trying to turn us against each other and blame the other side.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, nobody's trying to figure out where we get along and agree, and then try to work it from there.
And figure out how we can actually improve things. Nope, we're not talking about that. We're talking about what we mad about or what triggers us. I think this is let's see what Biden says.
Angry people are emotional. Emotional people are easy to manipulate, especially uneducated angry people. The thing is, what happens when the mob gets out of control?
Bad things happen. Let me play some Biden.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Nearly 1 year ago, made a commitment to commit not only to build a better infrastructure, but to build a better.
He already talks slow and hard to listen to. You know, this makes it way worse.
Have you tried downloading some of these that you know you want and then playing
I
them?
used to do that. It takes a lot of time, and I just don't be having the time to do that.
Well,
I used to do that.
set your downloads up when you're going to do something else, and let them run on the side, and use like a USB drive or a Wi-Fi hard drive for it.
It takes a lot of time, man, because at first I have to download them, and then I have to upload them. It takes fucking forever.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, you can't play them straight off of your
Nearly 1 year
drives into this?
Well, the way I was doing it before, I would upload them onto the StreamYard, and they play really good that way, and they look really good that way.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but maybe I could try to just like put the file there and open the file and do it like that. I never actually tried to do it like that.
But say when you're off doing something else, you can have that going. See, that's why you need a junk computer, just a piece of POS one with a big hard drive, and you can just set it to the side, and it can be uploading and downloading stuff all the time.
Because a lot of times I don't know exactly what I'm going to cover. That's another problem. So I would just have a whole bunch of files, and I would have try to decide on.
This is how you organize your shows.
Yeah,
By
that's a
what
lot.
you get uploaded.
I don't think you understand how much time that would take, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I don't have
actually,
that
I
kind.
do.
I don't have that kind of time, bro. I really just don't. I work all the time. I don't have that kind of
No,
time.
that's why you need
That's
to
like
set
a
your
whole.
computer. While
That's a
you're
whole
doing this,
day.
while you're doing this here right now, that other one you could be going click, click, and moving stuff, and it's just runs. While you're playing your game, you got that other little piece of crap computer going click, click, uploading and downloading while you're doing your other stuff.
Yeah, I would still have to search and
Hey,
choose and click.
well, you do your searching and stuff like that ahead of time. Then you got them bookmarked, and then you bookmark, download, bookmark, download, bookmark, download, bookmark, download.
Man,
Then you go and flip it around, and then bookmark, file, upload, file, upload, file,
bro.
upload.
That's way easier said than done, bro. Like that's like so much time. That's hours of work right there.
No, it's a couple of minutes if it's being done on another computer while you're doing other stuff.
It's the search time. It's the search time.
Well, see, that's the trick. You just got that's the thing. That's why I've got 3 different browsers and IDs on browsers, because if I'm looking for certain information, I can go to this browser and I know I'm going to find it quicker.
The only way I would be able to do that is if I had like an assistant.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Nearly 1.
Okay, I'm done. They don't want to play Biden. I barely wanted to play this clip anyway, so let me get up out of here. Hold on. I clicked all the way out of it. It's frustrated the hell out of me. I clicked all the way out of the whole thing. Because there is a clip here that I do want to play. Let me go to it right here. So I didn't get to listen to all of it, so I want to hear this. I will struggle with it. Am I sharing? No. Yeah, I am. Okay. I really did want to hear this.
Government failed this veteran, and he didn't expect that.
7 times over the course of.
We're just gonna have to be patient with this one because I want to hear this one.
The last 6 years, dude, the VA has continued to let me down. I just want some continuity of care with mental health providers. These doctors keep quitting, they keep switching. And then the one doctor that I really liked, who talked me off a ledge the last time, refused. I had a split because they fell out of network, and then they came back into network. So I went the last 2 years dealing with my own demons myself and trying to hold it together. And then come to find out, it's like May. It's like late May, and he denied taking my case back. April 12th, and I'm just finding out, dude. And now I gotta go back to some new doctor, and then I gotta open Pandora's box again because they're gonna want to know everything, and then I'm gonna have to live through working through that for a month. I just want some continuity of care, dude. I'm fucking so tired of it. I just want to be able to talk to the same fucking person and have the same individual manage my goddamn meds. I've been off all my medications for fucking 2 years. I've been doing it on my own, man. I'm just fucking white knuckling. I'm gripping. Jesus, I'm so tired of it. It's not a lot to ask. I just want to be able to talk to the same person and not continue to have to retell these fucking stories that torment me. I fucking get it now. I really do. I just want some continuity of fucking care.
Bro, our fucking healthcare system is so ass. And see, this shows how much they really care about people. Like, they don't care at all.
This is a perfect example of why I don't want free healthcare for everybody right now. Because the VA is the pattern that they are going to use for that. This is the kind of healthcare that we're going to get. The kind that my dad could have gotten a treatment that cost a fair amount, but would have kept him around 8 to 10 years. Well, it cost too much. So an accountant decided he needed a different treatment. So they did that. It didn't work. A year later, they tried another one that didn't cost as much. Didn't work. 2 years later, they did another one. So they wasted 4.5 years giving him 3 treatments that didn't work, which cumulatively cost more than the one that would have worked. Because the accountant said, we don't want to spend that much right now. That's why I don't want public health care until we get rid of this graft between the hospitals and the insurance companies. We can get the costs down, and that way the accountants don't have to worry about questions like that. And this guy, the doctor went out of the network and back in. You know why he didn't want to take the case again? Because the guy is near suicidal. And nowadays, thanks to some of the new laws, a psychiatrist who has a patient commit suicide can sometimes be sued in civil liability for it, because they didn't get him into a facility where he could be protected.
Well, there's so many problems with the system. I mean, we have to start somewhere.
Do you realize the average doctor right now pays almost $1 million a year?
Well, that's one of the problems.
For malpractice insurance.
Is the suits.
Just
and
to be able to work.
I say this all the time. I hate the lawsuits. It's like that's the solution to every damn problem, you know. And the major corporations are the ones that, you know, are winning, and they don't even care about these lawsuits. They're making money hand over fist, and the lawsuits don't hurt them at all. Like it's just a cost of doing business for them.
Major corporations, when it comes to lawsuits, do use this as math. How much do we have to pay out, and how much would it cost us to change? If it costs us less to pay out the damages than it does to make the change for those things to not happen, we're just going to pay it out.
So that's what I'm saying.
That is corporate math.
So the system is set up to be these corporations to make it through. And for the small business owners or the middle class people, the suits actually hurt them. So then that's the thing. So the system is set up to hurt the little guy and to protect the big guy.
We just lost 30% of the small businesses in America a few years ago.
With the damn pandemic. Freaking but look, like this story right here really touches me because it's, you know, one of the things I always talk about is mental health. So I already have, you know, I'm very sensitive to that. But then another thing I always
like I said, my VA killed my dad. In my opinion, they cost me 6 years that I could have had.
Well, our healthcare system is what killed your dad. You know what I mean? it's
No,
overall
the
like
VA did. They were the ones that decided on his treatments because it was the cheapest one. Had
right.
he
So
the proper insurance to go outside of the VA, he could have gotten that treatment.
yeah. So but what is the barrier from keeping people from having the proper quote unquote insurance? It's usually money, right? So then that goes back to the same system that we're talking about. People, the elites, the corporations, the
Getting rid of
rich
the
folks.
graft between the insurance companies and the hospitals. My son broke his arm or got his arm broken, went to the emergency room. They brought him out a $76,000 bill. They found out he didn't have insurance. They came back out with a $6,000 bill. Tell me what's wrong there.
Right. I mean, we've talked about this multiple times on the show, and it's we talked about it. So, but what I'm saying is, if we continue to say, I don't want universal health care, because it's not going to work
I
because the
didn't say I
government.
didn't want it. I said not yet. We can't do it until we fix problems. Doing it now is just going to be another Ukraine.
Well,
It's
what I'm saying
literally
is,
going to be another Ukraine,
what I'm
except
you have to
it's going to
start the road. You have to start taking the steps towards the direction. Of course, it's not going to
exactly.
be perfect, but it's as long as you have this barrier. It's so many of people here in the United States are like, "Oh, I'm totally against universal
Okay,
health care because it's not going to work."
here comes the argument of we're just going to pour so much money. You talk about how the corporations and everything screws everyone. Why don't we stop that from happening before they get the hand in it? Like I said, right, your solution right now is going to create another Ukraine, making the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies millions and billions and trillions on the government's dime.
And I totally get your argument. It's fair and it's probably actually true. But as far as them making
For
money,
a system that is of such low quality that they kill people out of accounting things. They leave men like that leaving posts on it.
but
That
if you
that
but if
is the
you
system that you want everyone to have right now.
but if you see, the thing is, what people
But
don't really understand is
no, here's what the system is.
if you put everybody on the same
Then you
um
have 330 million people instead of
it
40
it
or 50 million people
no
on the same dime.
it's gonna force the system to adjust. It's
No,
gonna it's
yeah, you know how it's going to adjust? It's going to adjust by cutting more costs, by having lower quality doctors,
That's not
less
true.
service.
That's not
Absolutely, it
true.
is.
The people they've worked this out in other countless other countries around the world. How come we can't get it
It's so
together?
nice you're talking about other countries. Let's talk about American bureaucracy. Let's talk about the reality of the country we're in, not the fantasy of a country that is so far left already that they have had this stuff before the situation of
Once you put
countries
everybody on the
of
same thing,
countries that are the size of our states.
once you put everybody on the same thing, it gives them in a position where you can negotiate these prices, where you can force the pharmaceutical industry to sell the drugs at the fair price for everybody.
So in other
The,
words, government control and interference in free market enterprise.
we don't really have a free market anyways. I don't even see how people can fix their face to say that. It's
So it's
rigged
okay
every
to
step of the.
continue. So it's okay to continue breaking laws and forcing things as long as it is for what you think is good.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to force them to have fair
Gonna force
prices
them.
for procedures. Yes, it's going to force the corporations to have fair prices for the procedures, fair prices for the drugs. It's going to force them to have all the doctors in the fucking the same program, not in doctors, out doctors, and all of this bullshit. That's what all the complicated bureaucracy is. What's the problem?
About the government taking over the entire medical industry from the top, which is going to do what to private medical practices?
Fuck them. Why do we care so much about these people still making money? They're fucking killing people. They are robbing people.
And there's the rub. There's where you're coming in with the gun. Fuck people.
I'm saying fuck these corporations that are robbing people. Fuck them. What? Why do we care about them so much? Let them go out of fucking business. All they're doing is robbing people anyways. Fuck them. Straight up.
To take them down, we are going to go against the moral and ethical base of that our country is founded on.
I don't know what you mean by that. How? So it's the equal opportunity for them to screw over us?
You don't get it. You don't understand. You're caught up in your rhetoric right now. We're not ready for universal health care. We're not. All it is a government money pit, and you have done absolutely nothing other than saying using a gun and the force of the government to make things change. You're saying that the government should control the people, and we have a problem at that point. And
I'm not saying control the people. I'm saying control the prices.
The doctors, the people that own the companies, all that, they're owned by people. You're thinking they're individual entities, but they're not. There's people involved. There are doctors involved. You're going to tell doctors, oh, you can only make so much now. You can only charge so much now. I am now going to dictate how you do your business, why you do your business, how much you can make, the kind of services that you can and cannot do.
Why do they have to make so much money? And why do we have to protect that? Why are we so concerned about them making a bunch of money? Whoever they are, the doctors, the pharmaceutical companies.
Who is they? Right now, a doctor's paying $1 million a year in malpractice insurance. Why the hell do you think he's got to charge the cost he does? We need to address that first. The graft in the insurance, the legal system, the collusion with the hospitals and the drug companies. Those have to be addressed. Then
how can we ever even do it if we don't even start
with you?
How can we ever do that if we can't even start?
So you're saying give everybody all of this, no matter how much it costs.
If everybody is paying into the system, it's just be like a tax. It's just we're already paying taxes.
Okay, now here comes the tax raising.
It's going to cost less overall. People have to put up
Now you're crushing the fucking lower class.
It's already crushing the lower class.
And
people have to put their house
they
up.
don't have to pay, but other people have to pay. Then you're saying that you're going to take money from them at gunpoint to pay for other people. Now we're having a fundamental problem between socialism, capitalism, and reality. In a moral system versus one that has become immoral.
This is not a moral system that we live in. That we
Communism
have
is immoral.
I never mentioned communism.
Okay. Okay. I know where you're at on it. I understand what you're saying. I jumped to that word before I should have.
Yeah, I never said that.
You've only used two fundamental basics of it, not all three so far.
I just feel like we're not, as long as we have that argument, we can't do it now. Then when can we do it? That means
I just detailed a road toward when we can do it, how we can do it, what needs to be done.
Well, we have to start making.
And all you say is just throw fucking money at it. Yet here we are talking about money. It's just another freaking Ukraine. It's another green energy scam. It's another BLM right now.
You have to start
You
making
are
steps.
literally advocating enriching the very corporations that you say you're trying to take down.
It won't. That's not how it's going to go.
No.
If you control the prices, they're not going to be enriched. They are enriched now. They love this
And the
system.
government doesn't have the authority to do that.
So then we're just screwed. There ain't no way out of it then.
No, like I said, I gave you a roadmap. Legalize, do these things that need to be done to where the price of universal health care can actually be something that people can swallow instead of be crushed by.
We're
To
crushed
where
right
instead of
now.
raising taxes 30%, they can be raised 10, 15.
We're crushed
Something
under.
that people can actually live with and live by
We
and
can't
not be
live
crushed
with.
under.
We're getting crushed right now. People put up their house to pay medical. The medical
Oh,
bills are the
God.
biggest thing that puts people out of
Dude, it's
into
like a
bankruptcy.
reflective echo chamber.
Let me read
You've
the.
offered absolutely no solution other than throw trillions and trillions of dollars at it.
It won't be that. You have to
Yet
force the
I've offered
prices.
multiple solutions or directions to go, and all you're saying is force, throw money at it until they choke on it.
That's not what I'm saying.
Out of our pockets by raising our. That's exactly what you're advocating.
We're already paying
Raising
out
our
the wazoo.
taxes to give everybody health care, which is going to enrich the friggin' companies that you're saying are out of control. You have to get control of some company of what's going on before that. Otherwise, it's Ukraine pouring your money into nothing.
How do you know for sure that?
How do you know for sure?
I don't. What I'm saying is you have to start taking steps in the direction for it to happen. If we're
You're
not
saying,
taking those steps,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Take steps to get the graft out of the way. To find out why someone can walk in with a $70,000 bill and walk out with a $6,000 bill. What happened there? Why can't everybody do that? When we answer that, then we're going to be able to afford the health care. As long as the government is going to be paying that $70,000 bill, we can't afford it.
if the government can't negotiate those prices, then they're going to be getting price gouged. Let me read this. It says the U.S. sends soldiers overseas to unwittingly commit genocide and then leaves them to live with their demons until the guilt and trauma forces them to take their own life to find peace. This is your future if you sign up to join the empire. Let's read some comments. It says, our own government sent our brothers and sisters to commit crimes on other nations for their own greed. Poor souls who go through this now pray. Another comment, it says, I'm starting to take issue with some of these takes. There was no draft. Every single soldier contacted a recruiter, took a test, screened at MEPS, swore in 2 times, went to training. They could have left anytime and then voluntarily got on the planes overseas. Let's see. I hope it's not long. Okay, it said, our society and the VA push drugs on us as a fix. I fell for it and became a fat zombie for a while. Not until I turned to God again did he wrestle my demons. Another comment, it says, you people should be ashamed. Our freedom depends on people who are willing to fight for it. Like others, he probably had a desire to help his country. If he had known the outcome, he may not have made that choice. I thank God that he did. So you don't care that he's all broken up as a man? That's just a consequence of your freedom, huh?
The funny thing is, people like that guy, if he knew that the outcome was going to be this, if he knew that he was going to make a difference in what went on, he would have done it. That's what a lot of people don't understand about a lot of the veterans these days. It's like a lot of them would have made the same choice that they did, even knowing what they did. Now, a lot of them, there's a lot of horror stories. And unfortunately, there's a whole lot of, I thought I went there for something different stories too. But many people that have gone into these situations would say, well, the contacts I made, the friends, the bonds, what we went through, what we can't ever talk about is worth, I would do it again if I had to.
Let me read this. It says, I worked with ex-Iraq and Afghanistan veterans to build an anti-war group for NYC. Most were haunted, coped with alcohol and light drugs. U.S. military forced multiple tours of duty. When they broke, dishonorable discharges issued. Meant no benefits, no college, no health care. Another comment, it says, we can and should do better by our vets. Another comment, it says, I wonder if ancient soldiers suffered from PTSD and the like. Genuinely curious.
They absolutely did, and you can find writings about it if you look.
Let me read another one.
The early World War veterans, they called them shell shocked. Is that not PTSD, a disassociated fugue caused by loud noise and concussions and quick surprises? Shell shocked. That's PTSD.
And let me read this one. It says, I think they must have, but they have a strongly intact religious and cultural network to support them and provide reintegration into civilian life. They also were not disempowered men like today's are, and they drank a lot of alcohol. They were socially permitted to commit violence on women and lower caste men, slaves, serfs as well. So they had a ton of coping mechanisms.
Yeah, some of that's pretty true as well. When you start going back to Roman times and medieval and
let me read this one. It says, my daughter, who is a national service officer with WWP, and I sent this to her. She just texted me saying they think they found him, and she has reached out for a buddy checks matter. He has not responded yet. Another comment, it says, when all else fails, talk to Jesus. Matthew 12.
Random Bible quote that makes them feel superior. I'm sorry, those posts annoy the frick out of me.
I do not disagree with you. I'm gonna read it anyway.
I do believe in saying good things about God, but when you start telling the guy like this, well, you need to pray more.
Yeah, like that's really finna help him in this
situation. He
situation.
needs help now.
And this Bible verse is not gonna help him, bro.
No, matter of fact, it's likely to fucking trigger him.
But let me read this anyways. It says Matthew 11:28-30. Come to me, all of you who are tired from the heavy burden you have been forced to carry. I will give you rest. Accept my teaching, learn from me. I am gentle and humble in spirit, and you will be able to get some rest. Yes, the teachings that I ask you to accept is easy. The load I give you to carry is light. Yeah, that might make somebody off themselves.
Tell me this load is light as I'm breaking down, crying in my car, freaking out, scratching myself because I can't get my meds.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I do have to say, having to repeat his trauma to multiple people actually does him more good than he realizes.
Probably, and that's what I be saying all the time. And
I know he may not be able to see that right now. And I'm really good to see that they got a buddy check going. What I would suggest, if anyone is listening to this, is anyone that has served with this man, if you know him or have served with him, reach out if you can find him.
Yeah.
Because coming from someone that he knows from there might help him more than any random internet person can.
Yeah. If he can talk about the stuff with somebody that really understands.
Hey, if you got a penny or a nickel or a quarter or a dime for him, if it was a gravestone, then you need to find this man and talk to him.
Let me read a couple more. It says, PTSD destroyed my husband and our marriage. It was not his fault, but it was something he couldn't control. Asking for help was the hardest part. After hitting bottom, he asked, and it took forever to get it. The government does not help vets like it should. They deserve better. Another comment, it says, oh dear, someone needs to get there and help him through this. Another comment, it says, this is heartbreaking. Our veterans deserve better, and so do the providers. The main issue here are reimbursement rates and payments to providers. It's an endless cycle of brokenness. Providers can't keep the lights on if they're not getting paid, and patients suffer for it. Another comment, it says, much love, brother. I recommend Ibogaine for PTSD. Do some research, and I pray it helps you. Thank you for all that you have given our country. I will be praying for you. Yeah. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Yep. I don't see how that's going to help him, though.
Hey, you know, who knows? Who knows what one random place that someone may see or hear about this guy on? Maybe this one quick instance was it. Maybe it's a TikTok. Who cares? As long as someone reaches out to that man and gives him a hug.
Chops it up with him, gets him to his doctor, gets him his meds.
Hey, I'd hang out, drink a beer, and smoke one with him. Just let him talk and shut up and listen.
Yeah.
I'd even buy a couple for him.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even say thank you for your service. I'll just say I appreciate what you've done.
Yeah. Well, I think we
That
should look
annoys
at.
me when people say that to me, by the way.
Thank you for your service. I think that we should look at all the people as humans. Everybody deserves compassion. You know, anybody that's going through a mental health crisis, whether they were a vet or not.
A lot of people, you'd be surprised. There's a fair amount of veterans, if they're told, thank you for your service, they're like, I didn't fucking serve anybody. I got told what to do. I got blah, 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 blah. I went over there for the wrong reason. And they get upset because they feel betrayed over what's happened for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
You know, this whole desert situation is leaving a just as bad of taste in our mouth as that jungle situation back when we were kids.
Yep.
I don't know. You're a little younger than me, I think. I'm 55.
Yeah, but I study history, so I know about this stuff.
I remember the end of the jungle situation.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of things.
Well,
I wasn't even around, I don't think, at that time. So
I was born in '68, so I am in the older end of Gen X.
Yeah.
You know, the generation they cared so little about, they didn't even give us a freaking name.
Yeah, I grew up in the '80s, so that was pretty much
I did too, technically, because my teenage years were the '80s.
Yeah, well, my teenage years were the '90s.
Right. And the funny thing is, I get along with people 10 years younger than me more than I do people my own age are boring as flip, man.
I want to
people a little younger, people 10 years younger seem to be brighter and smarter. But that's the end of Gen X. You're toward the middle to the end of Gen X.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of I was born in '78, so
you still had that kicked out until the lights came on, feral kind of childhood.
Yeah.
Metal slides, merry-go-rounds, no helmets.
All that.
Building wooden ramps for the bicycles and jumping over people laying down and let Darwin sort it out.
Did you watch the video I sent about from Philosophy Tube, Ancient Therapy for Modern Problems, Stoic Philosophy?
I have not caught any of them that you sent through, but I believe I have seen that one because I've been a subscriber to them for a long, long time.
Well,
I
this
don't
one
know.
is
I think
recent.
I think I actually turned you on to them.
Well, this one is recent. This was like a week ago, I think.
Yeah, I haven't seen any. I haven't gotten any notifications from them in a while, but I've also got like 102 videos backed up on my YouTube.
Well, what I want to go into is Bacon's Rebellion. You know about that? Bacon's Rebellion. It was a like a historical event.
I remember making jokes about it in class.
Well, I don't believe they taught it in context very well. It was a thing that was breezed over, and I think it warrants a little more examination. And I think that it set up our present way of looking at things here in the States. One of them is the racial way of looking at things.
I'm still incredibly mystified about how few people know about 1921 Tulsa.
I know, because they don't teach this stuff.
I mean, now to be fair, I have lived in Oklahoma, but wow, I mean,
it's amazing. Such a
took
major event.
It took a weird show on HBO Max, the Watchmen TV series, for people to be like, "Hey, what the heck is this about?"
Because they didn't teach it in school. They didn't teach me that in school. I learned that outside of school.
And I've learned. Obviously, I read a lot outside of school and stuff like that, and that's one I didn't know about until I came across it in a book called like something like the worst things that have happened in history. And it started out, or tragedies in history, and it started out with the Big Bang. The dinosaurs get killed, and it's just bad things, hurricanes, wars, all kinds of stuff like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the hell?
Let me play a little bit of this one.
I need to get you that book. You'll love that book.
This one is a quick little overview of Bacon's Rebellion, but it gives some context that I think a lot of when they cover this, they don't do. So check this out.
Images have in common. What do all these images have in
Am I sharing? Okay, I'm sharing.
common? What does racism have to do with Jamestown? In this documentary, I will trace the story back to one event in particular that may have changed the opinions on equality in America. Bacon's Rebellion of 1676 broke the barriers of indentured servitude to demonstrate that there could be, as the colonists thought, a better form of manual labor. Although Bacon guaranteed freedom to blacks who participated in the rebellion, African American slaves were mistreated in the South. Slavery grew the South's economy at the expense of its workers. It may be the root of racism in America today. In 17th century Virginia, many poor, unemployed, and heavily taxed frontiersmen began believing they had unfair rights. Along with many Indian attacks, which were devastating to populations, these pioneers needed to do something about Virginia's government and its governor, Sir William Berkeley. But what would they do, and how would they do it? Arriving in Virginia in 1619 were black and white indentured servants. The head right system, created by the Virginia Company, granted land to immigrants. Colonists who were poor became indentured servants and worked for the elite. Being at the bottom of the pecking order, they felt left out of Virginia's society. These indentured servants would become the rebels. The frontiersmen needed a leader who knew Barclay well. Nathaniel Bacon, a wealthy planter, caught their interest. Born in 1647 in England, he was young compared to the 70-year-old Barclay. He had been inaugurated as a member of the governor's council the previous year and began to have a resentment against him. He obliterated many Okanchi Indians without the permission from Barclay. Some historians suspect that Bacon's early conflict with Barclay may have been that they were competitors in Indian trade. No one knows for sure. Since Bacon disliked Barclay, he was the perfect leader the rebels needed. They would begin to plot the rebellion. Bacon was up against an experienced opponent. Barclay was Virginia's longest-serving governor, a playwright, and author of Discourse and View of Virginia. He received an A.B. and an A.M. from Oxford University and was declared a Fellow of Merton College. He was knighted for his military service and even wrote plays for the king and queen. Bacon's enemy had a whole force of wealthy planters at his side, known as the Loyalists. Bacon and the rebels drafted a declaration of grievances against Barclay. This would state what barriers they needed to break. He had suspicious presences of public works and raised outrageous taxes for Virginians to pay. He had his private favorites, which he gave advances to. They needed their right under control. As conflicts began to brew, Barclay called on his superiors in London to replace him with a more vigorous governor. The rebels needed their freedom, and there was only one way to do that. They went directly for Barclay to challenge his authority. When Bacon was at Jamestown, he first pardoned the governor, although the second time, Barclay showed Bacon his chest and declared him to shoot. Bacon burned Jamestown then and there, and sent Barclay and his loyalists fleeing for the eastern shore. At that point, there were more Baconians than loyalists. At the height of the rebellion, before Barclay could call in royal forces, Bacon suddenly died of dysentery on October 26, 1676. It shocked Virginia. The rebellion caused Charles II to sign a proclamation for putting down the war on October 27, 1676, unaware of Bacon's death. The conflict wasn't over yet, though. The rebels continued. England sent more than 1,000 soldiers led by Colonel Herbert Jeffreys, a 3-member commission, and a naval fleet led by Sir John Barry to kill Bacon and search for causes of the rebellion. At this point, it was over for Barclay, as his political clout was diminished. In an attempt to regain his position, he went to London and arrived in July 1677. He was sick, weakened by the crossing, and a broken man. He died on July 9, 1677. Ever since the American Revolution, to as recent as the 1950s, the popular view of the rebellion was that as a predecessor to the American Revolution, a premature war against the crown that represented a short-term setback for American liberty. What historians of the past never realized is that Bacon's rebellion created slavery in America. Slavery existed before 1676, but the conflict made it the dominant labor force. Dominating over Virginia for many years after the rebellion were slave-owning families such as the Washingtons, the Randolphs, the Carters, and Lees. Bacon's rebellion was, as summarized by one writer, a large cultural event in the origin of the Old South. As slavery took over, indentured servitude was completely abandoned. For over 150 years, slaves were mistreated by planters. Eventually, slavery became strictly a Southern tradition, disapproved by the North, and slave owners fought to keep them. This would lead to the Civil War. As new rights were given to freed African Americans, Southern whites became offended. As this continued, so developed modern racism and a struggle for equality. Bacon's rebellion may have happened over 3 centuries ago, but its influence is still felt by many Americans today. From the American Revolution to the Civil Rights Movement, the rebellion has withstood the course of time. When it comes to breaking barriers, Bacon's rebellion broke many that are key ideas in American history. These concepts influence our thinking today.
I think that the point is that, the way people think about race changed, and you can use Bacon's rebellion as a point that led to a shift. They explain it better in another video where they're talking about how, like, you know, the powers that be, Bacon's rebellion scared them, and they didn't want something like that to ever happen again. So they had to figure out a way to, you know, let that happen again. And what they decided was to have this basically divide and conquer tactic, which is still used today, because you had different racial groups that made up the rebellion. Okay, but those people had something in common. They weren't, you know, they were the not the same class as the bourgeoisie, if you will, you know. So those people came together fighting against the bourgeoisie, and you know, they had a little bit of success, you know. So they didn't want that to happen again. So then they created like new laws, and these laws separated groups by race, and that's what allowed, in their eyes, to keep from this type of thing happening again. That's my simplest way of like explaining that without being offensive to anybody. Just the facts. Freaking new laws came about, like laws that, like, in this other video they talk about how the creation of whiteness, because there weren't laws that mentioned race in that way before Bacon's Rebellion. After Bacon's Rebellion is when you started hearing laws that used race in it. Let me see. What am I looking for? What? I think it's this one. This lady here explains it. I don't know which part. I don't remember. I should have left a timestamp for myself, but I might have
regularly. There were free people of Africa.
Okay, I think this is the part. Let me take it back.
For the first 100 years of the English.
Hold on. So I think this is the part where she explains.
I was doing research in graduate school at Northwestern on legal prohibitions in marriage. And I was doing this research in the law library and going back and back and back in time. And somewhere in the 1600s, when I was reading through Virginia colonial law, something weird happened. And I didn't know what it was, but it just kept eating at me. And then a few days later, I kept going back to the library and continuing the research. And a few days later, I woke up at like 2 a.m. and I was like, oh my gosh, that's it. White people had vanished. And so for the first 100 years of the English attempting to colonize in North America, if you read all their laws for the first 100 years, you will not see a single person called a white person. It's only in 1681 when we see for the very first time anyone in these English laws referred to as a white person. And there's a reason for it. It came about following this massive rebellion. And up until this time, those from Africa and from England who worked on the same plantation, they were treated the same. They worked together, they ate together, they slept together, they married regularly. There were free people of African descent. Free Black men could run for public office. I found 3 in Virginia who did and held public office. They could own, free Black men could own European indentured servants. And indentured servants of African descent, and a few even claimed some as indentured for life or enslaved. And so that was life up and through this massive rebellion called Bacon's Rebellion. And Bacon's Rebellion scared the English ruling elite. It lasted well over a year. They burned Richmond to the ground. They slaughtered the indigenous people surrounding the colony. That was sort of the first phase of the rebellion. But the second phase focused on the ruling elite. And they actually, the ruling elite in Virginia fled onto a ship in the river, in the James River, where they stayed for months until the English sent in troops and quashed the rebellion. And the rebellion consisted of people from Africa and from Europe side by side, wielding rebellion against the ruling elite. So when that rebellion was finally quashed, was finally put down, the ruling elite in Virginia said to the legal oversight authority over in London, they said, don't worry, we have this under control. And they indicated that their plan was to pursue a divide and conquer strategy.
Oh, pause for a second, because as anyone, please go down the rabbit hole, Bacon's Rebellion. You think about Nathaniel Bacon as like Fred Hampton, who understood the power of bringing all folk together. So there was an alliance between the mostly Irish, European indentured servants, the Africans who were enslaved from that 1619 to 20 some odd Negroes, that became a thing. There were also indentured Africans and other Blacks, right? And different classes. It was a way of bringing everybody together. Right. And he died from dysentery. So I'm not sure, like they didn't kill him.
No, he had injuries and then got dysentery. Yeah.
So you think about somebody that understood we're all in this together. And then
I don't know that he did, to be honest.
Okay, talk about it.
Because what he was so mad about, what sort of ignited his fuse, was that he believed that 3 of his neighbors' indentured servants were murdered by indigenous people. And so he was furious with Governor Berkeley that Governor Berkeley didn't respond violently against the Native Americans. But of course, the ruling elite had all these special deals with Native Americans, and so they didn't want to mess that up. They gave them an exclusive fur trade. It made them richer. And so that's why the first phase of the rebellion was an absolute slaughter of Native American people. So it's
you're saying it was
complicated.
strategy that this European guy, Nathaniel Bacon, brought all these other people together because of strength in numbers, which is still a good strategy.
Well, and let me tell you something. He didn't have to look far.
Here's the question.
People.
Go ahead.
Here's an interesting point on this. The elite didn't want a problem with the Native Americans because they did the exclusive fur trade and stuff like that. But if they got them out of the way, that would allow them to move over into that land and expand and take over maybe even fur trapping and trade for themselves.
Well, that's what happened. If anybody knows,
hey, like I say, I'm just going by. Like I say, I don't remember that part of history. American history really is not my strong point. I'm more.
Remember the hats?
I'm more Rome from 700 or 800 AD back.
They had the hats. We have the pictures now. What's his name from the story of the Alamo? One of those guys. He had the hat. And so that was what allowed them in the frontiersmen, if you will. That's what they
David
did.
Crockett with the
David Crockett. The frontiersmen, that's what they did. And they basically eradicated, what was that animal? It was an animal that basically damn near went extinct. And because they were trapping it and they was using the furs. Yeah. That was the main way that the frontiersmen made money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say,
but that was after
the mountain men and the trappers and the friends of the natives, supposedly.
that was after this point in history. So yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
no,
That's
I'm talking
actually
about in this one. It sounds like they went ahead and let this rebellion build up and boil over because it was about, okay, we're not going to go and do anything to them because we have deals with them. But if shit happens, shit happens.
I don't think that they let it
So
happen.
that, well,
a lot of the main guy, the guy who was the governor of Virginia, you know, he absolutely had a lot to lose for letting this happen. So I don't think that the powers that be at the time
well,
let
I'm
it happen.
talking that the first part of it was they knew was going to be taking out the natives because that's what the deal was. They didn't let them. They wouldn't go after them, and the American indigenous people killed some of his men from his plantation. So if they let this plantation owner go out and take care of that, then they don't have to worry about business and stuff. But
they can blame him.
Then it got out of control though, and backfired on them.
Maybe.
I'm just I'm really into storytelling and stuff like that, and I'm seeing, you know, it's like, hey, they're going to go after the Indians, so technically we are not breaking our treaty.
Yeah, those guys are doing it.
But then there are, and they take out the tribes, but then they got bloodlust, pissed off, and all that stuff, and it's like, by the way, we're not done yet.
Well, they after they got through slaughtering the Indians, the next group they was going at was the elites.
That's what I'm saying. And they said, oh yeah, by the way, we're not done yet. And then the elites are like I'm saying, I think it sounds like one of those things where they didn't mind it happening, but all of a sudden it went from this little fire they thought they controlled to burning down their whole freaking town, literally.
Yeah, well, I don't think that they wanted anything. They like status quo, you know, they always want things to stay the same. They don't want changes. Those people were making money. They, you know, the Europeans were making a killing out of the situation. So they didn't want things to change. And this brought about
the more open land with the natives not on it anymore, then they could bring more.
They wasn't thinking like that. They wasn't thinking like that. No, not at this time were they thinking like that. No, absolutely not, because they wanted things to stay the same so they can keep making their money. Let me play some more.
Because right at this, up until the 1660s, there were boatloads of just desperate people from England who were living on the streets it was illegal to be poor. They would get swept up off the streets and put in workhouses where they would literally work till their death. And so another option was to come as an indentured servant to North America, where at least you had a possibility of something else. And so somewhere in the 1660s, that supply of labor ended. And so conditions began to get pretty bad for people in the English colonies of Virginia and Maryland, because plantation owners were desperate to hold on to the labor that they had. So they began to pass all of these laws that...
Before she goes into that, I want to explain that a little bit about what she just said, because they passed I'm going to play this video after this that'll explain it, but they had a deal where if you were able to pay your way to get over here, you would get a certain amount of land automatically. So, but people didn't, the people that didn't have the money to pay their way over would be sponsored by someone. And a lot of times these would be plantation owners. They would sponsor your trip over here, and then you would work off your debt and as an indentured servant. So then at some point, whatever the deal was made, 2, 3, 7 years,
Kind of like credit cards today.
you would get out of your indentured servitude, and then now you can start, building a life for yourself or whatever. But the thing is, those guys wanted their land, and then this is also a way that those plantation owners ended up with so much land, because they would get the land that was to go to that person that came over that they sponsored. So not only would they get the labor of that person, but they would also get that land that was allotted to that person. So they would overnight.
And if they could violate your contract, they got to keep your land.
That was the point. That was their whole plan. And so then they would, like, overnight, people that had a little bit of change could get a huge spans of land. But then they got all this land. It makes them wealthy, but they need somebody to work it. You know what I'm saying? And they don't necessarily have the money to pay for labor. You know what I'm saying? They just got a bunch of land.
Because they still have to pay taxes on that land to the English government.
Right. So that's the backup on that.
Imposed really harsh punishments for relatively minor infractions. Again, they were just trying to hold on to the labor they had because they knew they couldn't fill the gaps in their labor supply.
I'm reading Black AF history, the unwhitewashed story of America, Michael Harriot's new book that comes out in September. And he pretty much unravels the thread of the lies of how this country was founded by people who couldn't survive, couldn't figure things out. But apparently they did have a superpower in strategy and manipulation and might, and gunpowder being one of them. So the message went back to Europe. We got this. We got an idea. What was the big idea?
Divide and conquer. It worked. They knew that would work. And let me give credit to Theodore Allen, because his work is really, I drew on it heavily. And his research is the research that exposed this intent once they put down Bacon's Rebellion, that the way in which they were going to make sure that that rebellion or anything like it never happens again is this divide and conquer strategy. And so if you look at the laws, what we see in the decades after Bacon's Rebellion are these bundles and bundles of laws getting passed in Maryland and Virginia, because those two places shared an economy rooted in tobacco farming, a dramatic sex imbalance. There were roughly 12 men for every woman. And they had that economic need for a replenishment of labor. And so these bundles of laws began to strip especially free Black people who up until this point experienced all of the rights and privileges of a free European man. The same rights and privileges by law. Okay, so like most of us have to take a moment to let that sink in, because it's so contrary to anything we've ever known. And so here's some of the first laws that were passed. There was a law passed that now punished and rendered illegal those who married for I'm going to use the language of black and white. They used white and they used Negro in the law. So a law prohibited now white people from marrying Black people and Native Americans. A law was passed that prohibited free Black men from running for public office. It blocked them from voting. It prohibited them from testifying against a white person. And it also prohibited them from being in possession of gun or powder. And there were many, many more. They just keep passing these bundles of laws. And what I think is so important for us in this moment in time is to remember that up until this point, free people of African descent and free people of European descent had the same rights and privileges according to their class. The same. And of course, with this invention of white people asserted through privileges in law. And let's just take one, right? Because up until this point, nobody was referred to as a white person in law, no one. And so you start to see through these laws that strip rights away from people of African descent, the assertion of this new group of humanity called white people. And let's just take one of those laws, the law that now prohibited Black people from testifying against white people. What did white people learn about what it means to be white from just that one law? Right,
that I can do anything. I could do anything I want to a Black person, and there's no recourse, and there's no.
Who fears prosecution?
Yes.
Yeah, unless another white person's going to testify against me.
Right.
Yeah.
And how would
And
that?
then-
What would that be? Yes.
Unlikely, right? And then what did Black people learn, right? Because remember, up until this point, you had the same rights, responsibilities, just according to your class. So they learned you better be passive and submissive to this new group of people called white people, or else.
So let me. This is 1600s before America's a nation.
That's
so
right.
how are laws codified and made in this new world? Like if Black people are also participating in places like Virginia, like how are these laws? Is it like Texas today? What is happening?
Well, you have the House of Burgess. It's the English system and how they set up governments in their colonies. And, the King Charles at the time definitely orchestrated who was
ironic. Wait, pause. So it was a King Charles then.
Indeed.
Continue. I'm sorry, Dr. Jacqueline.
No, you're good.
From the movement about
and-
the support earlier.
Oh, I wanted
Pause
to raise
before we
one-
get to it.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
Don't pause. I'll say it again after we're done with the video.
Yeah, because it's like a few moments left in this.
Another
we
point
had a
about
comment
just that
I
one
missed
What? Oh, okay.
back when
law
we were
that
back when
prohibited
we were
Black
talking
people
about
from
the veteran guy.
Oh, okay. All right.
testifying against white people. It not only sent those messages. First of all, it's one of the first laws, right, that worked to radically reorganize colonial society. And it also reveals that the law itself, the legal system itself, represents the interests and perspectives of this new group of people called white. And it doesn't say it's for white people, but from that assertion in law, it makes it clear that that's the function of the legal system itself.
That's
And
so
those
powerful.
laws that prohibited Black people from testifying, I know that they worked for their intended purposes because you see them throughout U.S. history. After the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, when the United States, Mexico was chopped in half and the United States grew from Texas over to California, you began to see laws passed in those regions, California through a court decision that said Mexicans cannot testify against white people. After 1848, when you had large numbers of Chinese men come to build the most dangerous sections of our railroad, what did we see again?
Chinese Exclusion Act. Yeah.
And laws passed that prohibit Chinese people, the language was mongrel in the laws, from testifying against white people. So that law worked. And how did it work? Well, it worked to keep these groups of people constructed as not white, cheap and dependent labor. And they function to help this group, even if they're really poor and don't have lots of resources, but they're called white, at least you're above them. And so they got what Du Bois calls the wages of whiteness.
Okay, that's the end of it. What you were saying that somebody made a comment. It said no amount of support can replace professional help. Yes. Yeah, that guy needs professional.
Sorry, I missed you on that movement. That was my bad. I'm supposed to be watching that.
Yeah, that was ages ago. That was over an hour ago. Yeah, I didn't see it either. Apologies, the movement one. But thanks for leaving a comment. Yeah, so this one is a really touchy ass subject, and it came across my radar, and I didn't realize how significant Bacon's rebellion was. And it's probably a reason for that because I thought that's why it struck me so hard because I study history and I've taken lots and lots of classes, and I've never uh, the significance of Bacon's rebellion was never covered for me.
Well, remember, she's just now finding this out. She's just now writing the book about it. So she was the one. She's one of the ones that started putting this together. I
Okay.
mean, so
Okay, now that makes sense.
You got to give the white lady props for being the one to point it out too.
But I think that is by design. I think there was a reason why, because I do remember covering this, but it was like a footnote. It was like something
No,
that
Bacon's rebellion was.
Do they talk about it in high school?
It was the first incident of oppression by the British government, which started us on the path to the revolution.
Okay, yeah. So
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's how they framed it when it was taught. Do they cover this in high school though, or is this a post high school?
They may cover it more in college, but I do remember what I know about it from high school.
Yeah, because I don't even remember in college us really touching this. Like I say, in my mind, it was like a footnote, like something really quick that they just barely touched on. Like they didn't really go into it.
The problem is, once you get past up to the colonization of America, there is so much information. I took American history, 2 years of American history in college, and I'll tell you, it still had to be breezed over.
It is a lot of stuff.
Not because they were deliberately trying to hide anything from us or anything like that, or trying to avoid conflictive kind of narratives, but just because there was so much data.
I gotta give you that. I ain't gonna lie. So, but like, how do they do it? Because in college, how does it go? It's like U.S. history before 1877. I think that's what it is, and then it's U.S. history after 1877. Is that how? That's how it's broken up, right? It's like that.
Yeah, I think it's up to Revolution and after. No.
Because I do distinctly remember that your basic courses that you had to take for college.
I think the second one starts at the industrial age, or right before the industrial age.
That's what I'm trying to remember.
It goes up. I believe it pretty much goes up through Civil War,
and then it's after. So yeah,
I can't remember. Civil War was either the end of the first one or the beginning of the second one. I think it was the end of the first one.
Yeah, I can't remember at all, but I remember it was 2 classes that you have to take, and it's like history before this date, and then U.S. history after this date. And I want to say 1877 is the date.
And the sad thing is, everybody has to take them, and they're all easy A classes.
I don't know about that. I got an A in that class, but I don't know if it was an easy A. But I'm good at
American
this.
history and world civilization are all 4 of those classes are all easy A's if you pay attention and you listen to what your teacher wants.
Yeah, because they do teach to like the test. Like everything they cover is like, boom, this is what's gonna be. You're gonna be tested on this, so pay attention. And of course, my ear is gonna perk up. But I'm into history.
We're servers. We read the professor and we give them what they want on our final essay. We win.
Yeah, I got good grades in those classes.
Even if you hate
Uh,
that professor and that professor likes you, that last essay, they're like, yeah, good job.
yeah, because by then you figured
You
the
know what they
professor out.
want.
Yeah,
And now tell me,
yeah.
how much
So
are we really learning
right,
if what we
and
are learning
and,
is
and
only to please the master?
man, I'm telling you. And but look, your point is keeps hitting hard about how much stuff, because especially the before 1877 class, like the first class, because that class it goes all the way from like, Native Americans. Like that's a class on its own, should be, the early parts of the conception of the United States, because so much went on
Dude,
there.
there should be 4 classes based on every 50 to 75 years of history.
Yeah, so they packed all that shit in there.
But
And they
again, the generic history course is just like the high school history course. It's like, okay, here's what you learned in high school. Forget half of it. Here's here's what we know now. Here's what you got. Okay. Side note: I worked at a college community, the HCC bookstore, for 10 years. There was some books that came in that the entire history department got together and refused to use.
Yeah.
Because it misrepresented history so badly that they could not teach it and were willing to step down or quit rather than teach out of that book.
And I remember something that stuck out to me specifically when I was taking the history class. It was certain things that we covered that were in the textbook, and then all the controversial type stuff wasn't covered in the textbook. It was always a handout that the teacher gave us, like a little pamphlet, like a little, like printed pages they
A
together.
little like syllabus that you got to buy for like $5 of about 80 printed pages.
So that's crazy. And yes, I know it's always a lot of controversy related to the history books and which ones get used and which ones doesn't. And then when they do the reprints, they don't change the little changes will be like a word here and there. And like that's another thing that's with college and how they rip people off and making you having to buy a new book the last semester they used this book and you take the same damn class and now you got to buy a whole nother book. You can't even use the damn book from last semester because they didn't updated it or whatever the fuck.
HCC, the civics book, the biology book were both written by HCC teachers. And they literally rearranged chapters and had a new edition every 2 years. And this comes from a guy that was selling the books and watching this shit.
Yeah. So, and I saw that because I took a lot of classes and I've had to retake some classes later. All my earlier classes, I pretty much passed them, the basics stuff. But later on, I had to retake classes and I couldn't even reuse the damn book. And that shit was like so fucking frustrating.
I can't do math, man. That's what's killing me. I can't do math.
Yeah, I struggled.
I got through biology because I remember my basic Latin, and that was enough to squeeze me through because when it says this and this and this, I can break down, okay, I know the Latin enough to answer the question.
Well, look, I ain't going to even lie. That's the reason why I'm a College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences degree, because you don't have to take as much math for that. I barely passed the math that I had to take. And I would have had to take like another 2 or 3 math classes, and that scared the shit out of me.
My next ones to take for my education is like math for teachers, which means I have to learn how to teach kids to do this new weird math crap that they're doing.
It's so
now.
confusing. My daughter, I could barely help my daughter with their fucking homework, bro. The way that they do the math now.
And
It's
you're not
so
allowed
confusing.
to teach her the way we do it
Because
because
that's what I
that's
be saying when I
wrong.
try to help her.
And they will literally fail her because she's not doing it the right way.
Yeah, because that's exactly what happened when I was trying to help her. I was like, well, look, I was
Like,
taught
Becky, as
how
long as you get the right answer, who gives a shit
I know,
what
but
journey you fit?
I would say, look, this is how I was taught how to do it like this. And then she said, no, my teacher said that's wrong and we have to do it like this. And I was like rubbing my temples, like I really wanted to help her with this homework, but I didn't understand. They call them strategies. I didn't understand the strategies that they wanted them to use. Like I didn't get it. It was confusing as hell to me. Like, yeah, man, the math is math. If the numbers come out right, who the hell cares how you got it? But you know, you have to show your work. That's what they're all about. Show your work. How'd you get it? How'd you come to this answer? And they're gonna take points off if you don't show your work. So, man, that's freaking horrible. I don't know how we got on this education topic. Let me read. Let's see. Is there anything worth the crap underneath this? Let me see if I read a couple. I'm gonna read a couple comments underneath the video that we played. The video was "The Invention of White People and Its Relevance Today" with Dr. Jacqueline Batalora. She was focusing on the Bacon Rebellion and how it caused the law. And this is actually what you would call critical race theory right here. So for the people, the critical race theory haters or lovers, the people that don't really understand it, it's trying to look at it within the law. And that's what she's talking about here, is she's talking about how the laws changed and what laws they came out with after Bacon's Rebellion. So this would actually fall under the umbrella of critical race theory properly, not like a lot of the other stuff that they call critical race theory that is absolutely not it. It's all dealing with the law.
That's the problem. That's a definition that we need to understand about critical race theory, because right now the stuff that was coming out, the videos coming out of from the classrooms where they were having white kids turn to black kids and go, I am sorry for what happened to you. I am white and I will never understand your plight. We are wrong. I am wrong. Because that's what people see as critical race theory right now.
And it's not. And I don't agree with that either. Like, I don't agree with that either. Just teach history. Don't go.
Yeah, stop with the race. Stop with the racism. Stop with anything about one race being better than the other. Stop being about privilege or another, and start seeing each other as a whole bunch of people that some fucked up shit has happened to, and let's not let this keep going on.
And
let's
that's the point.
Let's find a way to make it all an even friggin' feel.
And that's why I feel like history is so important to be taught in context. It's really the reason why you want to teach it and understand it, is so that you won't make the same mistakes, that you won't go down the same roads again. And as long as we keep dodging, the realities of things that happen, then that opens the door to us doing the exact same thing again and really just not being aware of what we're doing.
Dude, you have to understand. You know how I've talked about how the talk is one of the absolute worst things that is part of the black social culture.
Well, some stuff, when they say the talk, see, I think that's kind of falls in the critical race theory that people don't really understand. The talk can be misunderstood too, as far as what it is. Like some things do have to be talked about, like how you deal with police. Like,
yes.
You don't deal with police the same way, because they're not going to deal with you the same way. That's
but too
the
many
talk.
times I've heard the talk be, they're gonna shoot you if you don't do this. It's done in a handle it this way, be calm, because instead it's done as a instill fear.
And
White
that's
people are
exactly what it
always going
does.
to hurt you. White people are always going to do bad things.
And that's
And
exactly the result of it
and
if you
and
don't
then,
handle it properly. So, but if you
but
teach
okay, listen to me
history,
though. Listen to me though. That creates a immediate reaction from the children that have this drilled into their head, and all of a sudden now they're nervous, they're worried, they're overreacting, they're tight, and all this.
which
They're
leads
giving off negative signals and
which
anti
leads to
signals, which is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
right. It leads to the
And I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying, and bad things don't happen because of race. I'm just saying that it's exasperated sometimes
I
by
agree with you.
this conditioning. And I'm not going to call it brainwashing. It's not brainwashing because brainwashing implies changing your mind from reality.
But I agree with you on that.
It's conditioning.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
It makes you more likely to create the situation than to avoid it.
Right. I agree with you on that.
And like I say, that's conditioning, that's training, that's not brainwashing. Brainwashing is actually making people believe that and living their life as if that is the truth.
And a lot of one of the thing about the Black community that bothers me a lot is, but it's not just the Black community, but specifically the Black community, how they're afraid of everything. Like they live their life in fear, like they the way they move, like their fear
Yet they're willing to
dictates.
stand up and talk shit to anyone about anything at any time. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Well, I mean, that's not really falling in with what I'm saying.
That's joking along too. I'm going to say that's on a humorous content because we all know we all know those people that I'm talking about.
Yeah. So, but Black people in general, they do go about their life in a lot of fear, and it dictates how they live their life, and it also leads to this like you said, a self-fulfilling type of prophecy where you kind of attract dangerous.
The only race I see is having more problems with machismo and looking like a man is the Hispanic community.
Yeah.
I mean, I really, going up through the 80s and 90s, was watching with the coming out, the pride, when all of this was going on, and it wasn't trans crap and stuff like that. It was actually gay people. It was actually really the real trans people. It was that community. And man, the Black community, they were so scared of coming out.
Because within the Black community, they're really hard on that stuff, and it's still like that to this day.
Oh, it's worse. It's worse in the Muslim and the Hispanic communities today. But it's like you said, it's still like that in the Black community.
They're hard on each other when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I wanted to make the point of like when you live in fear, you can't live. You know what I mean? You can't be alive. You can't. Your pursuit of happiness is cut short.
To your own mind.
You're a slave to your own mind.
And no slave can be free.
You can never be free, and you can never pursue your happiness. You can never really just grow and be alive and be a human being. You're cutting yourself short.
Doubt is another one. Doubt is another enslaving thought.
Let me read a couple comments underneath the video. The first comment, it says, there needs to be a national televised program on the history of the U.S. before 1619. Just a thought. Great conversation. National televised program on the history of the U.S. before.
Those colonists, when we got here, we played hard.
I'm afraid of that because what kind of narrative? History is always going to have a perspective. You know what I'm saying? It's going to always have a narrative. It's going to always have a bias. Like if a human wrote it, it's gonna have a bias. So then,
Well, of
what
course,
would be the
anything
narrative?
talking about the colonization of America is going to generally come from the colonizer point of view.
Exactly.
But what would be
Exactly.
really interesting would be a documentary, 6 episodes, each taking 20 years, give or take, and have a Native American perspective and a colonial perspective.
Right. And then you
Not
can
in the
compare
hypothetical left, right, raw,
just
but
actually
in
what
the
they felt and what they
this is
saw.
the facts. This is what we found from history. These are the stories from our people.
And you know, there's a lot of data out there because I've read some books. I'm still really fascinated with the Lakota specifically, but other tribes. But there's pictures. They had cameras like back when you had what was his name? What they call it? The Great Indian Wars. I think that's what they called it. When you had like Red Cloud
No,
and
there's
you had
pictures of Red Cloud. There's pictures of Iron Horse, I believe,
yeah, that's
too.
what I'm saying. I'm telling you, and not just pictures. It's a lot of data that you can use to give a really good. I have a book. I almost want to go grab it, but it probably take me a minute. But the, it's a lot of like pictures, letters. You know, a lot of just straight up data. You know, and you could use that to tell those stories, and that would be great. You know, it's crazy because people think that this stuff was so long ago, you know, but some of this stuff really, you know, the United States
Oh,
have only been around for
and
what,
once again, by
200?
the way, I must point out, if anyone that actually has the money uses this idea that we're talking about right now and does a production, please kick us some love back.
The data is there. You got pictures, you
This is
got
a great
letters.
idea. This is a great idea, dude. It really is.
And because it wasn't that long ago, and so it's crazy that it seems so far away, and like there wasn't camera. You thinking that there wasn't cameras at this time, but it was. We had cameras, we had photos, we had, you know, rudimentary video too, like moving picture type video. It was, you know. Anyways, it wasn't as far back as
No,
people
that
think.
was a more artist. It wasn't done picture unless they were doing stop still picture and doing the. I know a lot about video production, history of video and stuff like that. But yeah, you are right. They had basic flip movies or flip stuff is what they were called. Shadow box movies.
Yeah.
Where there's
So
multiple cutouts, plates and stuff like that that they could do a roller and flash a light through, and it did basic moving images.
So boom, like you could use that stuff. Let me read another comment. It says, purchased the book back in 2021, read through it, and find these stories fascinating and insightful. I knew these things. Some of these things happened to melanemic folks when associating with us, but to actually hear someone say it out loud is eye-opening, refreshing, and ironic. She seems obsessed with interracial relationships, always talking about miscegenation. This person is using words I don't really see very often, but I'm not mad at her as long as she keeps working to wipe out this mental illness called whiteness. Then thank you, Karen, as always. Yeah, so the lady that was in the video, she told a story earlier in the video about an interracial relationship that she had. She played basketball in high school, and she started dating a black guy, and her family started treating her different. Her friends, families were saying that they couldn't play with her anymore.
That's what led her to research and understand all of this.
Right.
That's called backstory, people.
Right. So that's why she told the story, because that's what triggered her road that she went down to figure out this thing, you know, and like really look at it, because she said that before that she didn't even know, you know, and I think that's the case of a lot of people here in the States. You can't see this a lot of times because you're insulated from it. So I don't hold it against people who aren't aware and they think that, like, you know, some of this stuff doesn't exist and then
Here's a
people are
great
just
conundrum about interracial relationships. From a white person's perspective, and I'm using my white card in this case because I normally try to hide it or at least dumb it down. People are more accepting of a white guy with a black girlfriend than they are of a black man with a white girlfriend.
I think that's true. And another thing that I think a lot of people don't know about interracial relationships, black people don't like to see a lot of black people don't like to see interracial relationships either. Like they really have a problem with it. It doesn't just come from one side. This
First girl I was really, really, really wanting to be with and stuff like that was a black girl. Light skin. Why? Her mama was white. Her daddy was black. In my face, he literally looked at me and says, I will not have you going out with a white boy.
Yeah. Well, you know,
that was my first not only realization that white people can be really racist, but my confusion as I'm sitting here looking at his white wife going, what the hell?
And I'm really sensitive to this, and I also have inside knowledge related to this particular part of the topic, you know, because my son's mother, her mom was white and her dad was black. And my daughter, my middle
So I
child,
hope if it's your child that the dad was black.
no. I'm talking about his mom. His mom was mixed, half black, half white. And my daughter,
I'm saying if you're the child's father, I hope that the father was black.
yeah. So yeah.
I'm sorry. I was trying to insert a random comedy and it didn't work.
So yeah, basically it's an interesting dynamic because like I'm saying, my son's mother was half black and half white. And I also have my daughter who her mom was white, Alabama white. And when we was together, you know, I could feel the energy coming from both sides. And I have to say there's advantages and disadvantages to these types of relationships because certain things I was able to do that maybe I wouldn't have been able to do if I wasn't with this white girl, if that makes any sense. Like I had opportunities that maybe I wouldn't have had otherwise, but I also had a lot of it's crazy because
you were able to move up in the white world, but were drugged down in the black world.
Yeah, that's one way of saying it. And it's crazy because it seems
I
like
get harsh sometimes.
It's that's fair. That's fair. That comment is all the way fair. But it's it seems after the civil rights movement and all of this stuff and interracial marriages, and it seems like it's like super acceptable or whatever. Like that's past. It's in the past of people not liking it.
How much of those white people did you feel like it was fake acceptance? Like, well, what can I do? She's just trying to piss daddy off.
Well, on that question, I have to say that, and this has been my experience, and I have to give them a break. A lot of them, because like I said earlier, they didn't know. Like a lot of them never had any exposure. Like on my daughter's grandmother and them, they say he's the coolest black guy I ever met. Like Like but the thing is, they never had exposure to black guys really, like before
Say
me.
number 1 out of the 5.
They don't know any of them. That was the thing. So that's the thing. They don't know them. They have this preconceived notion of what black people are like, but they don't know any black.
I like half of them I've met, but I've only met 2.
So that's the thing. That's the
Sorry.
thing. So I have to give them a pass on that. But what I was gonna say was,
you just realized you pissed off a whole lot of black people by saying that.
Hey, whatever. I try to keep this as real as possible.
Ultimately, we got to live by the rule of I am trying to bring less harm and upsetness into the world than I am trying to bring peace.
Yeah, so I don't have no intention of pissing anybody off.
Why pick a fight if there ain't one really there?
But the point I was trying to make was, it seems like the interracial relationships are completely acceptable or whatever. Like that hate related to that was a thing of the past. But my daughter's mom passed away in 2010. I want to say, yeah, it was 2010 when she passed away. So then we was together, years up to that. So then those are the early 2000s. But she caught flack and I caught flack related to us being together, and so that shows that this is a modern thing. What I mean is, we haven't got to the point really where here in the United States where those type of interracial relationships are acceptable. It's not really that. We've not really gotten there. That's the point I was trying to make, because I know this for a fact based on the things that we experienced.
Off of your actual experience, which some people want to sit there and say, well, that's anecdotal, and that doesn't count. It's like bullshit. That's my life. Don't tell me my life doesn't fucking count.
Yeah. And to this day, I'm cool with them.
That's evidence.
I take my daughter over there. She spends time with her grandma, her mom's mom, and they love her or whatever, but they have those racist tendencies about them. But again, a lot of it comes from ignorance. Like I say, they don't know at all.
They don't know better.
They're in a bubble.
Have they tried to do better?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. But I would say that being that her daughter ended up having a baby with a black guy forced her to face some of her preconceptions or prejudices. You know what I mean?
You feel like she's there. It's a matter of embracing it or dealing with it.
I don't know. That's another one I can't really just straight up answer.
I ask hard questions sometimes.
And so, but what part I don't like is the part, like I say, when they say, you're the coolest black guy or whatever, like he's the only black guy I know that's cool or whatever. And it's like the other black people aren't like that or whatever. And it's like, like I say, I give them a pass, but they don't understand that they don't know any other black guys. All they go on by is what they see on television or whatever.
I grew up poor, and my question is, are you an asshole or are you not?
And I think that's the case when a lot of people, but still, when you live in a bubble, when you live in a situation where, because see, what a lot of people don't understand is we are maybe, I ain't going to say maybe, we're more segregated than we were in the past, because like the workplaces are more integrated, but
Would you say segregated or isolated?
That goes another hard question right there.
Because you're not segregated, you're not split apart by things.
It's where people live
by choice.
And that's what I was going to say. It's where people live is totally
still the problem of, oh my God, dark people are moving in. We should probably sell now. That's still a real thing too.
It's still a real thing, and you have Hispanic neighborhoods, you have black neighborhoods, you have white neighborhoods. You also have
I'm
like
sorry. I'm gonna look at that black family and see if they move a barbecue grill in. If so, we're gonna be okay. If not, we may have some problems.
So you judging it on the barbecue pit, and if it tastes good too.
I want people. I don't want black people or white people. I want black folks. I want white folks.
I'm telling you, see, like I get your point there. Dave Chappelle had a really funny joke. Was it Dave Chappelle? I don't remember. It was a comedian. He said that he went to like one of those, it was like a Klan rally type of meeting. And he said the barbecue was so good, though. He said, what's making it taste so good? Maybe it's the racism. I was like, oh my God, that shit had me rolling. I was laughing so hard at that shit. It's like, he's like, I don't care that they racist shit. These ribs is good. I was like, that is freaking hilarious, man.
You gotta understand, if they bring a barbecue grill in, I'm gonna bring some meat over, some sides maybe. I got poker chips. I got Dominoes.
I think a lot of
I'm okay with a new neighbor. Everyone's they'll bring the criminal element. Yeah, but they have guns and they'll protect my house because I go and barbecue with them. Fuck you people.
Yeah.
Be scared.
It's the prejudices are related to the people being ignorant. And that question you said about the isolation is really kind of hitting me in my head and making me think. I'm gonna have to think about it some more. But it's like I said, the bubble, the bubble that people live in is a big cause for this, where they live and then they go to school. It's all white people. Their family is all white people. Every event they go to is all white people. Like, and same thing with the black people on the other side. Like, and then it's like, but I think for black people, they're forced
to know that I get 20 and 25% tips from black people.
I believe it.
Regularly. While the other servers around me get 10 and 15% from them.
I get really good tips from Hispanic tables, and people always, especially, and all of where I work at is all Hispanic, and they complain.
I got a 15% tip from an Indian table the other day. 12 people, all waters with no ice, if you understand.
Yeah, I know what
you're talking about. From them.
Well, okay, so and like I said, my job is mostly Hispanic people, and they complain about Hispanic people. They don't like to wait on Hispanics, and because they say that they don't tip well. And that's like, for me, I get good tips from them.
Where you're working.
I get good tips from it. Even when I was at the last place I worked at, I got good tips from Hispanic people.
When I worked at Chewy's, I did not get good tips from Hispanic people. I got $5, period.
So, but man, you made me lose my train of thought. I'm talking about the isolation. I'm talking about and one of the points,
isolation or segregation.
But one of the things though that I've noticed is that black people are forced to know about white people. You know what I mean? Like, even if they live isolated, they know more about white people than white people know about black people. You know what I'm saying? That's a dynamic that's real. White people tend to not really know about black people hardly at all, other than from TV and stuff like that. But black people do know about white people very well, to the point.
Thing is, white history is taught as 80% white, 20% black.
Yeah,
and
but I
that's
think
only now in the last 20 years.
But I think that
it's about 60-40.
But I think that's not the.
I don't think that's. And I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I'm not saying white people are better. I'm just saying it's about 60% white history.
No, I hear you. No, what I'm saying is I don't think that that's the reason though, and because to the black people know white people to the point where they can code switch. They change up the way that they talk. They change up like what they even talk about, like what the conversations are about, like. And it'll be stuff that they know about, like white people know about. Yeah, so they know how.
That's what we called it when I developed the skill.
Yeah, so but you're a special case, when it comes to that, because I would consider you an outlier related to that. So
No, yeah,
because white people tend to
I'm
have
the exception that proves the rule.
so white people tend to have an issue where they're not really able to do that in the same way as far as the code switching thing
I
and going.
I don't code switch between white and black though.
Yeah. So, well, what I'm saying is they don't have that ability for the most part
But
to
that
be
is
able
also
to.
why I'm accepted by it.
Okay. So yeah, so I mean there's this interesting dynamic related to that as far as, like I say, the white people not really knowing black people at all. And that kind of leads to the prejudices that they have. And then but on the other side,
It's
even
because
though
white people are thinking black people. They don't think people.
right. Well, they
They're
don't know them. They don't know them enough. Like they don't
that's
know them
that's
at
because
all.
they don't understand how to reach out to people.
They don't understand at all. They don't understand them. Like even if they're listening to this, it's really hip hop is interesting when it comes to race because white people listen to hip hop. A lot of them do. It's a pop rap music. It's like the most popular music
I
now.
know. The funny thing is, I hate rap music
And
in general. However, there are tons of specific instances that I'm going to have memorized better than you do.
but they still don't know about black people though. That's the thing. It's like a weird dynamic where they listen to hip hop, but because I was talking about it in one of the other
But
shows, because
how much does hip hop actually represent black people and
well,
not represent this stylized version that they've created for music and media? And then when as soon as they're done performing and selling you these $1 million songs, turn around and say, fuck these ninjas, man. At least I'm making money.
I don't know. There's definitely control related to the music and the message and so forth and so on. But at the end of the day, these record executives, especially if they're white, they don't really understand. So that's the point I'm trying to make is like the language, the way that they use the words and stuff, like the meaning of it, like the white people are listening to the music and they enjoy the music, but it's lines in the music that they don't get. You know what I'm saying? They don't really understand it the same way. Do you get what I'm saying? They,
Yeah.
they've embraced the music, but they still don't know black people. So that's the reason what leads them to not really understand
Oh,
certain
God.
lines
There
out
was
of
a
the
little
songs.
show or a movie on one of the things just recently. It's great. It's about he's grew up hip hop environment, is on a podcast with Black Show, ends up with a black girl. Eddie Murphy plays the dad who just oh man. It's not Dear White People or something like that, but Jonah Hill. Look up Jonah Hill and Eddie Murphy together and it will pop up immediately. You need to watch the show. It's really cool, and it's about, like I say, it's about basically a white guy that's cool on the environment and a black girl getting together and the screwed up shit that their families try to do to each other and how they're so tone deaf and wrong and realize they messed up, and it's all a touchy-feely kind of good thing in the end. But it's a good show, and it's my right friends were sitting there going, why are you fucking talking about that woke crap? And I'm like, it's not woke crap. It's about humans connecting. And no offense, if you call humans connecting woke, you're one of the people that doesn't understand the difference between woke and wokeism.
Yeah, I think that we have a real problem with putting labels on everything now. And I think that if we can just go to the basics and just like focus on what's actually happening, we got to be able to have these real conversations so that we can get anywhere. So the understanding is what's lost. People can't even agree on what defines the, from one person to the next, they're going to have a different definition of what woke is, So I think that just throw that term away. I don't use that term.
Okay, it's on Netflix. It's called You People.
Okay. Interesting. Send me a link or something. Because I'm going to forget.
I'll send you the preview on Messenger.
Yeah. So, but I'm glad that we're having this conversation. It seems like in the.
No, I got good hard questions. I do.
And it seems like in the world that we live in, me being a black guy, you're being a white guy, that we couldn't even have this conversation. You know what I mean? You're supposed to pick a side or whatever, and I don't know, debate your side or whatever.
No, like I said, I'm seeking the things that we have in common, because that's what makes us strong. Our differences make us individuals. They make us unique. If they begin to come in conflict with each other, we go back to our roots and what we understand, and then we start our conversation from there.
And the beauty of the universe, God created this beautiful place, and these differences is what makes it so beautiful. How bland would the world be if everybody looked the same, talked the same, liked the same music?
Well, that is the ultimate goal of too many people.
What do you mean?
It would be better if everyone listened to the same, liked the same, believed the same.
For the powers that be to control people, I think.
Well, everyone would get along then.
And I think that we're touching on something right here with this, because
but that is where I would agree with you and think it would be okay for the human race to die right here.
I never said that. I never said that. But we're touching on something because
you kind of did.
Because they always talk about how, like, one of the problems that people have with like immigrants, right? They're not properly acclimating to the
hold on
culture.
I need about 90 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna read some comments for the audience. But the point what I was making is they have this argument that the immigrants won't properly acclimate to the culture or whatever. They won't, they want to eat different foods. Like my youngest daughter came to me recently, and she told me a story about how these kids were being mean to this other kid, and they said that the kids stink, smelled bad or whatever. The kid was like an Indian kid, I want to say, and it was like the curry, I want to say, the spice that they use when they cook. And so the kids all are American kids, and the way that Americans cook, like the same United States, or however you want to say it, this particular culture, and the spices that they use here are like everyone uses the same spices or whatever. But then when you have someone that comes from another country, another culture or whatever, and they use different spices, and so then the kids have a problem with that, and it's like, because like the smells are foreign to them, and it's like, it's like, so it stinks, and it's like they got a problem. This is where we're going with the idea of people not properly acclimating or whatever. I'm probably not saying that right. I'm getting tired. It's already after 3 a.m., but that is something that's touching on something, because if you want them to listen to the same music and eat the same foods and cook their food the same way and use the same spices, use the same colognes that you use, or whatever, then that is gonna take away from the the diversity of the beauty of the world, and that's what creates these divisions that if the problem is you have a dominant culture, and the dominant culture oppresses their views and cooking styles and music or whatever on the 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 minority culture, and
I've got a problem with all this difficulty everyone has with cultural appropriation in America, because I was always understood that we're a melting pot. I thought we were supposed to appreciate each other's cultures, adopt the best parts of it, and maybe we can leave some of the worst parts of all of these cultures behind and create a better one that's for
and
all of us.
honestly, that's actually true, because that's actually how it happens. I mean, a lot of the stuff that they call American is not, like the foods, the hot stuff that you would think of as American it came from somewhere else, from another part of the world. And it was introduced by an immigrant and adopted by this melting pot that's here. But the politics is to this point where it's a mental mind fuck that's going on, where they're like, we don't want your food that you bring over here. Like, we don't want your music.
Now,
We don't want.
I understand the insult that was made to the black community by the Democrats kneeling in the kente cloth. That's fucked up.
Because it's fake.
But a white girl wanting to wear fucking braids or cornrows? Come on, man.
It's a hairstyle.
Yeah. A white girl wanting to go to prom in an Asian styled dress. Go for it, man. That's some beautiful things.
Yeah, but there are some. I get their argument sometimes, because it's like dressing up like an Indian, and really they're just making fun of the culture. If you are embracing
Now,
the culture versus making fun of it, there's a
okay,
difference.
now say dressing up like an Indian. Explain that a little more.
Like I say, I mean, I don't want to go too far down that road, but
Like the little feather headdress and leather get up.
yeah, and
The cute little Pocahontas gear.
if you're embracing the culture is one thing, but if you're making fun of it, that's different. You know what I
But
mean?
are you making fun of it, or are you just making a costume based on it?
Well, if you're embracing the culture, then you know some stuff about it, then you learn some stuff about it. It's
Now,
not just a costume.
we're not talking about people that play blackface and crap like that. Which actually, in context, I'm not 100% against. I mean, and anyone that goes after Robert Downey Jr. for Tropic Thunder needs to be smacked in the head.
That movie is funny as hell. It had me rolling from beginning to end. Oh my
And the
god,
whole idea
it was really
of
clever.
his caricature was to talk about the absurdity of stuff like that.
And that's what you got to have some intelligence to be able to appreciate that kind of stuff. He's like, I'm the black guy. What he said, I'm the guy that's dressing up like the other guy that's supposed to be the other guy. I can't remember the line.
Oh man, my favorite was the "you people" argument.
Yeah, and he's like, you people, and that's
What
like,
do you mean, you people?
what do you mean, you people? This is like, huh? Caught me. That was an ad lib too. A lot of the lines in that were, off the cuff that they used, and that particular one was an ad lib. It wasn't
they
written.
keep going after the main actor for it, the guy whose movie it was, the guy that did Zoolander.
Yeah.
And
I can't
he's
think
like,
of his name.
fuck you, I'm not going to defend myself over it. I don't have to. It's a piece of art. It's great.
And it was
Makes
hilarious.
people laugh.
And you know
Why
what?
do I
That
have
movie.
to defend myself when you're the one that's making up a meaning and coming at me at it.
They wouldn't even be able to make that movie in the atmosphere that we have now today. You know, it wouldn't even make it to the box office. It wouldn't make it even into the
No,
theaters.
they would do it the same way they did it then, with stealth. It would just all of a sudden pop out with all these big names in it and be on the screen. It's like, what the? Yeah, we're going to go see it just because where the hell did this come from?
I don't think so. I think it'll get canceled. Everybody will be mad and everybody will be butthurt and it won't even make it. They'd be too scared. They wouldn't even find the funding to be able to do it because wouldn't nobody want to.
No, that's just it. Ben Stiller, thank you. Ben Stiller, all that was all funded. No one knew about that movie until it came out.
Yeah, I still think they would have a hard time
And
pulling that off.
I
That's
think
why the
that's
movies are
the
ass
reason
now.
that made it then.
Everything is so trash because people so worried about pissing somebody off, being offensive.
Well,
We
you
can't
know,
even
you
make
gotta worry because if you say certain things and do certain things, you can't run your movie in China. And China is actually double or more your revenue than the U.S. is now.
Let me read a couple more comments on this. It says, really appreciate this conversation with Dr. Badalora. What I appreciate even more is that she does not shrink from the reality of racism and embrace of whiteness as a conscious choice. It's admirable, Professor Hunter, that you gave her the potential out her grandparents being nice people who just didn't know better. We have got to stop defaulting to that. It's almost more harmful than assuming the racist stance. As a Chicagoan, trust me, her Teamster grandfather chose racism and all of its consequences every single day. It's equally clear she understands this. We should as well. I think that Professor Hunter was just trying to be nice, actually, when she made that comment in the video. Let me read some more. It says, being born in an abnormal culture causes people to think abnormal is normal. Being able to see and identify cultural abnormalities without being harmed by them is a gift. That's interesting. That makes me think about the point I was trying to make with my daughter.
Button on that. That's a good comment. I'd like to see with 5 replies. I'd like to see what they come up with too.
My daughter.
Continue your thought though.
My daughter made that comment about the kids saying that it stink. The other kids stink, and it was a spice that they smelled, and they just not familiar to that smell, and that's the reason why they said that it stink. And then what I told my daughter was, I was like, well, this is just ignorance. You know, this is people not being aware of other people's cultures. And that's what leads to them being mean. Because she was saying that they were being mean to this kid, and she didn't like it. You know, it bothered her.
Some people don't understand the hair products that she uses stinks to them.
That's like the same, almost the same comment I made. I was like, to that person, you know, what if that person said that the American people stink? And then that thought would not even register with a lot of people because it's like, what? How are you gonna say we stink? You're the ones who stink. It's like, well, look.
Eddie Murphy did it, or no, not Eddie Murphy. Richard Pryor talking about Africa and saying, you know, he picked up this guy on the side of the road, and he got in a car and he was driving him down the road, and all of a sudden, he could smell him, and it was just like this horrendous stench of like body odor and what the heck and all that. And then he looks back in the mirror and he sees the guy hanging his head out of the window going, God, these people stink, all this perfume and deodorant and stuff.
Yeah. So it's perspective. It's like the point of view. It's like,
yeah, that's a good remember right there from a Richard Pryor, from the Richard Pryor concert. I'm gonna have to find that clip for us.
So like, it's just because you live within your culture and you've only had the smells that you've smelled your whole life, and so that's what is guiding you to what you think smells good or smells bad or whatever. So
try having synesthesia where you can taste smells.
So
I will tell you, my trips on the bus are very interesting.
So this points to the issue. The issue is people being more aware of other cultures. It's not just being, sympathetic to them or like what's the word I'm looking for? Like tolerating them. No, it's about actually knowing that it was the spice that they use in the food that is the smell that you smelled. And if you smelt the food and had ate it before and maybe you liked it or maybe you didn't like it or whatever, then you would be it's not about tolerance or whatever. You would just be aware, like, because I want to say it's curry. I mean, there's different spices that
There's
I
a
don't
place
like.
over off of Hayes. It's a Middle Eastern place. I'm not going to say any specifics of the name, but I went in there to get a job, and I could not work there because all I could smell was armpit and curry.
Curry. Yeah, so I like
And it was,
curry.
I mean, it was just so freaking overwhelming and unusual to me. There was not only could I not see myself working there, but I realized that if I did, I would get used to it and probably smell that way myself.
And that's what it is. And then you don't smell yourself, you get used to your own scent and you don't smell it.
Well, see,
So
I've got a diabetes problem, so every now and then my body starts putting out really weird smells because of the yeast buildup in places, and it just smells bad. And it's one of those, yeah, I should probably be taking medication for it, but can't afford it because, well, guess what? My only in-network providers are in Colorado.
so let
I
me
gotta pay
read
a $200
some of the
deductible.
replies. Can you hear me? My mic is doing some weird shit.
Yes, I can hear you.
Because there was the comment we just said. It says being born in an abnormal culture causes people to think abnormal is normal. Being able to see and identify cultural abnormalities without being harmed by them is a gift. And some of the replies, it's one of them. It says terrorized for generation makes it almost impossible to have a normal human mentality. Whew. Another one, it says WTFU, you hold in your hand, watch and log onto is the modern conduit for this insanity to prevail. Oh, I don't really get that one. Another one, it says not at all.
Watch and log on to what you hold in your hand, watch and log on to is the modern conduit for this insanity to prevail.
So the phone and the computer.
Yeah, the things you hold on to, the things you watch, the things you log into are the conduit for the insanity that you perceive.
So basically your algorithm or your bubble or your
good one, your algorithm. Because that's what's in your hand, that's what you watch, that's what you log into.
Your echo chamber.
That's your algorithm. Told you these comments, replies would be okay. These are just Bible people.
Well, let's read them. It says, not at all. You didn't know this truth long ago, Jeremiah. This goes way back to the beginning, Deuteronomy. So let's point you to the truth, Genesis. Understand there's only two manners of people. You're wrong.
Yeah. He's pointing them to, but not giving the quotes. It's one of my, it's just Bible people. I'm sorry, people that quote the Bible in argument might as well be quoting Dr. Seuss to me for facts. If you want to talk about it in a philosophic discussion and in a, or like I say, philosophy point, cool, let's bring the Bible into it. But other than that, you just jumping up on a soapbox and quoting shit that, while you see attaches, doesn't really mean anything, because while you can quote it, you cannot integrate the teaching into the message and what you're trying to say.
Yeah, because you don't really even understand it most of the time. Like
It's about understanding and interpretation. Tell me what your interpretation is. Don't just freaking quote it.
Right, because they feel like they won the argument once they throw a Bible quote in. I win, you lose.
Sorry, Bible was written by men for men to gain control over other men. It is full of good quotes, good prophecies, good proverbs, good stories. And like Jesus says, I am now, I am the past, I am the future. So you should be able to apply those stories to modern times and things like that. But you have to understand, not just quote.
Well, we've been on for a long time, but I'm not ready to end this. So let's do one more. I don't have to work in the morning, so
Yeah, I go in at 2.
yeah, I go in at 4, so I can sleep in the morning. So let's do one more topic. This this philosophy tube, the Stoic. I really like.
You've been trying to pop this for a while, and I've been like, okay.
I do. I really wanted to cover it, but we was talking about some good stuff there.
Tangent wise, we had a really great talk.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't want to move on.
I wish we had more people to put in. I wish we had some people that were commenting. Yeah, comment. Even if you, hey, if you're watching this now, just comment FU or B or A or put a dot in there. Just let us know you're watching and give us some hope.
I saw a quote. I saw something that was. It's kind of beside the point, but I saw something that was talking about the phobia that the word that words that begin and that you reverse and they're spelled the same way, having a phobia to that, and the actual name for the phobia is a word that does that, and it's really funny to me because it's like the person who came up with the name is trolling the people who have this phobia. Anyways, that was something I thought of because one of these words that just popped up on my screen was, anyways, that's just how my mind works. I apologize, people, because I was scrolling this. I'm looking for a timestamp that I should have put in here. But because she's talking about Stoic. Okay, it says the ancient therapy for modern problems, Stoic philosophy explained. So I have to find the spot because I can't play this whole thing. Meet the Stoics. Hold on. Meet the Stoics. When did she talk
I remember
about
watching this channel when she was still presenting as a guy.
Yeah, I saw some of those. I went back and watched some of those. There's a she made fun of somebody. Who was it? Jordan Peterson. That part was freaking hilarious to me. Hold on.
Hey, I think he makes a damn decent looking woman.
I think this part right here was good, but she set it up before that. Let's see. Does she have any transcript in here? Give us a nope. Oh, wait. What is this? No, that's her. Damn, look how much research she does. These are all the fucking. She has a whole team now to help her.
Well, yeah, making money off of it.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Let's just play some of this, and because it's gonna get us talking. This stuff is really good stuff. Am I sharing? Yes, I'm sharing.
Salve, amici. Ego magistra sum verbis, Claudia penis superfluus. Pro barbaris audientibus, hodiernae lecito in lingua saevissima dabitur English. Let us begin with Marcus Aurelius, since he's probably a lot of people's intro to Stoicism. Marcus was an ancient Roman. He was born in 121 AD, and he was emperor of Rome from 161 until his death in 180. By all accounts, he was a pretty decent guy. The bar for Roman emperors was low. As long as you don't murder your mum and shag your sister, you can't go far wrong, and he's one of our major sources for Stoic philosophy. Marcus did not invent Stoicism. It actually comes from ancient Greek philosophers like Zeno of Citium, Aristo of Chios, Cleanthes of Assos, and other minor characters from House of the...
Man, she be learning how to freaking pronounce them damn words properly and shit. That shit is so impressive. I think
it's Latin and stuff. I like I say, I know my Latin. Well, not that well, but
I wanted to get her little jokes because she did an overall explaining stoicism, and people, because people don't know what it is. Hold on, let me see if the intro.
Once upon a time, I went through a very nasty breakup, and my mental health really suffered. I was in a bad place until I went to see a therapist who knew a lot about Stoic philosophy. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy, and it's having a bit of a moment. The Daily Stoic has over 2 million followers on Instagram. There's an international Stoic convention called Stoicon, and a New York Times best-selling book about Stoicism called Discipline is Destiny. Great title for a club night. YouTube tells me what my subscribers have been searching for on the internet, and as a group, your number one most searched term is Stoicism. Number 3 was Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher who wrote the Meditations. This philosophy is a movement, and I have a philosophy degree, so let's do it. In this video, I'm going to tell you what Stoicism is, how it helped me, and where it might be leading you astray. So please, make yourself comfortable, lie down on the couch, and tell me about your mommy.
Hold on, I don't want to bore them with the history too much. She gets in really good somewhere in here. I think it's, let me see if I can find it. I was all on the edge of my seat when I was watching this, though. I watched the whole thing. That's why I shared it in the chat. I wanted some people to check it out. I think it's right up in here. Let's play this.
I want to talk about why the original Stoics believed
I thought it was one of the older ones.
This is the extra material, the deep lore that podcasts and articles don't usually talk about. Stoic physics.
May 12th, 2023.
The people of the ancient world didn't have particle accelerators and radio telescopes and all the things that we have to make sense of the universe. But they were curious and clever. They had some theories about what's going on here, and the Stoics were no exception. The Stoics said there's 2 kinds of things in the universe. There's matter, which is passive, and then there's this other active principle called the Logos. And the Logos is kind of like the Force. It's an energy field found in all living things. It surrounds us, penetrates us, binds the galaxy together. It's the rational principle which orders the universe. The Logos is made of a special physical substance called pneuma, the Greek word for breath. Pneuma is a combination of air and fire, 2 of the 4 fundamental elements, and it's blended through everything. Objects have it. An axe has pneuma that gives it the power to cut. Plants have pneuma that makes them grow and reproduce. Animals, too. Pneuma gives them movement and perception. And we have pneuma in us. It makes your blood warm because it's fire. It makes your heart beat. It lets you think and be rational. It's what your soul is made of. And when you die, the pneuma leaves you. You get cold. You can't move or think anymore. The pneuma in you is dispersed back into the cosmos. Because the pneuma is blended through the universe, the same way it is in us, the universe itself is alive. And not only is it alive, the Stoics believed the universe is intelligent and it's happy. Which I think is just a really sweet idea.
That's so nice right there. So then you think about, okay, after you pass in your energy, we talk about energy a lot, right? Like energy can't be created or destroyed, you know, and you think about humans, you know, being energy and then dispersing that energy into the universe when you pass, you know, and the idea of the universe being happy, you know, that's such a beautiful thought, and how we, you know, become one with the universe again once we pass on, you know. That's a beautiful thought right there. I like that a lot. And when she talks about breath, you know, a lot of the stuff we talk about your chi, I'm sure people know about that. And it's like there's a line in a song where it says, I know I'm alive when I breathe, you know. Um anyways, the philosophy stuff, I'm like, I'm not the best at it, but I love how it makes me think. And what happens is I end up with a bunch of thoughts and not able to fucking pick one, if you will, like to kind of focus on. You know what I mean? Philosophy is like a thing that kind of it's like sand that goes through your fingers. You know what I mean? It's hard to grasp it, and it doesn't even matter how much time you spend on it. It's like the more time you spend on it, the more the sand just kind of goes through your fingers.
Meditations is actually a great name for a book on philosophy, because philosophy is ultimately thinking about the human condition.
And I spend a lot
connection to the universal oneness.
I spend a lot of time thinking about the human condition. It's like my favorite pastime. You know, that's the reason why I chose to study anthropology. I seriously spent time thinking about what I really wanted to study. You know, I was thinking about the ocean, right? The ocean is like awesome. You know what I mean? Everything related to the ocean, but like specifically like microbiology was the direction that I was thinking about going into. The other thing was space, you know, outer space, you know. That was another direction I was thinking about going
Yeah, but
into.
that flat Earth is going to mess that up, though.
So, like going in a direction of like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, you know, astrophysicist type of direction, because like the most, like I'm saying, these are the most interesting things to me for me to decide on what I want to study. And then as I thought about it more, then humans is, for me, humans seem like we don't fit in with the rest of everything. Like it's like we're an anomaly or something. Like it's something weird about us, you
The
know.
exception to the rule.
And
it
so
proves the rule.
and it's absolutely fascinating to me, and it's not in an arrogant way that you would think like I want to study myself. No, it's like like I said, the most interesting things to me is the ocean, the universe, and humans. And as I thought about it more, the humans actually fascinate me more than those other two. Um, the human condition, and just, you know, so that's the reason why I chose to study anthropology, because it was my conduit for doing that in-depth thinking about humans and really trying to understand them better. You know what I'm saying? Because anthropology takes you down the road of evolution, you know, and you have to learn about the actual structure of the human body. You know, we learn a lot. You have this part of anthropology that's really blowing up right now. It's called medical anthropology. Super interesting stuff. So you have to learn about the body, the bones. You have to learn about, like I say, evolution. How did we get here? The animals are like creatures that we're like related to, stuff like that. But it goes into like also culture is where my focus. Culture is my focus. Um, the multiple cultures that you have around the world and how culture is like our tool that we use to navigate the world. Like it's really our greatest tool, culture, and it's absolutely fascinating because it's related to how we interact with the environment and how we survive. You know, how we thrive. So it's like part of the reason why humans were so successful. We're not the fastest. You know, we like to think we're the smartest, but we're not. I'm sorry to tell you out there, peoples. You know, and our our real power is our innovation, like our ability to adjust and deal with the environment, and you know, like our plasticity, if you will. You know, that's our real like superpower. You know, anyways, I'm kind of losing myself, but that's why I chose humans, and that's also why philosophy is so interesting to me.
The universe is thriving. She's smiling. She's happy to see you. She's moisturized. She's 4.5 billion years old, but she still looks great. If you read
She used a picture of
Stoic
Cher.
philosophy, including Marcus Aurelius, you'll notice that they use a lot of very big words interchangeably, like God, fate, the world, the universe, Zeus, the gods, the cosmos. The reason they do that is because in Stoic physics, those are all the same thing.
All the same.
And if I could briefly turn this show into Bible studies tube, any Christians in the audience might be thinking, this sounds awfully familiar. The Gospel, according to John, opens with the phrase, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God." In the original ancient Greek, that's en arche en ho logos, kai ho logos and proston theon, kai theos en ho logos. Logos is the Greek for word. John is saying that this Stoic idea, the force that orders the universe, is the same thing as the Christian God. If you translate that phrase into Latin, you get in principio erat verbum, which you can find carved on statues and churches around the world, and written above the gate of the school where I studied theology. By the way, if anyone in the audience is upset at my ancient language pronunciation, then I would simply remind you that Udeus hekon hamartane. Now, all of that physics is bollocks. There is no such thing as pneuma. The universe is getting less ordered over time. There are many more elements than 4. Your blood is warm because of chemical reactions in your body, and your heart beats because of electrical activity in your sinoatrial node. But the point is twofold. Firstly, Stoic philosophy was based on the latest science of the day. The science was wrong, but they weren't mystics or fools. The people of the ancient world were intelligent, just as much as me and you. High five. The second point is that Stoic physics informs Stoic ethics. When they said that your judgments need to align with reality, they mean the things that happen to you literally impact your soul, and you need to literally move your soul in such a way that it aligns with the world. When Marcus Aurelius said there is a share of the divine in all of us, he means it literally. These days, a lot of people would probably interpret that stuff as metaphor. I would hazard a guess that people getting into Stoicism now probably aren't engaging with the deep physics. They're using it as self-help because Stoicism is supposed to make your life better, which brings us back to the obvious question. Does it?
Okay. You there, Doc? Comments. It's like the word was God and God was the word and the word was with God. And the comments that she made about like how they interchangeably use these words to lead you to the conclusion that they're all the same thing.
That the universal force speaks through the universe to you about the universe and how to align yourself with the universe. If I remember that progression properly.
Yeah, so how does that make you feel?
You forget. We're in my house now.
Yeah, I know you. I know you're. You're way ahead of me with this. I know you've read a lot of books in this area, so you are way ahead of me in this area. So, but anyways, I want to. What are your comments on this? How does it make you feel? What does it make you think about with that segment that she just did?
Well, no,
Stoic physics.
I kind of agree with the Stoics because Stoicism is based on simplicity. The universe is all. It is what it is. We are part of the universe. Therefore, we are part of what is. I mean, it's that. Oh my God! That I just realized how bad I could pummel my own self in arguments by saying that. But that's the basic of it. Is like, yeah.
I love it. I love it so much.
I mean, it really just says the universe is a lot simpler than we think, yet at the same time,
complicated.
So complicated it is beyond our comprehension.
Yes, I love it. I love it so much. It's super simple and it's incomprehensible.
You know, the whole idea of Cthulhu, Lovecraftian horror and terror is about a simple man all of a sudden having, for one brief moment, all the knowledge and all of the essence of what God is and what God means, and then be returned to a human form.
You would go crazy.
Yes, absolutely, and that is the whole idea behind, you know, like I said, Lovecraftian terror. To explain it, I'm like, imagine you're an ant, and all of a sudden, for an hour, you were a human with all the human faculties, all the human knowledge, and the ability to understand everything about the human world, and then now you're an ant again, with an ant's mind and an ant's understanding, but with all the memories and knowledge that you got from that moment.
You would immediately go jump off of a bridge. I don't know how
you would lose your absolute poop.
I don't know how you would be able to fit in, you know, after that. You know, it's like that's our issue, right? Like we're always trying to fit in, you know, and I feel like I don't fit in. I feel like there's nowhere that I'm not like others, you know, and it's like what I like to say, what I've said before on the show.
Everywhere, yet nowhere.
Yes, that's what I've said on the show before. I can fit in anywhere, but I really don't fit in anywhere. You know, I can blend in and I can switch for the proper situation. But it's all an act. It's all just me adjusting to what I feel like the people want from me.
That's why I've started more and more just being me. Like me or not, whatever. Like me, cool. Don't like me, cool.
And it's easy to say that, and I try
But
to be that, but
interact with me at least. Don't make that judgment without participation.
but you get ostracized. You get like at work. I don't really talk to anybody. You know, I stay to myself. I'll be having my earphones on. You know, I'm
I
in
have
my own
nothing in
world.
common with anyone that I work with.
I'm telling you, man, we
None.
don't. I can't even have conversations with them. The stuff they want to talk about is like stuff I'm not interested in, and the stuff I want to talk about is stuff that they are not interested in. You know, I can't blame them for not being interested in the stuff that I want to be interested in or whatever. But it's, you know, it's kind of like sports. Like you're supposed to want to watch sports, and it's like whatever city you're from,
They're
you're supposed to
completely
root.
baffled because I don't give a crap about any sports at all.
That's what I'm saying. I don't care at all. Like it's like who won? Like the NBA finals are going. The Western Conference Finals, Eastern Conference Finals are going on. I'm always aware of what's happening, but
Now
I don't.
I'm a what? There's basketball being played. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm all because I'm that guy. So I mean, you know,
Well,
I do the
remember,
show.
I worked for 5 years at a sports bar. I mean, I was told to pick a sport, so I did MMA because I used to kickbox and I have a little practice with some of the martial arts and things. And after I left that place, I don't know nothing.
Yeah.
The
So
last thing I saw about MMA was that guy that felt cute that day and got into the ring with a girl and damn near killed her.
yeah.
And I
So
wanted to vomit because I chose MMA as my sport.
it's like, so what
And
does
I
that
don't
say
want
about
nothing to
me?
do with it now.
Yeah,
I
it's
want
like
less to do with MMA right now than rednecks want to do with Bud Light.
yeah. Damn it! It was something I wanted to cover related to Bud Light, but damn, that's gonna take me away from this.
No,
So
well, we can do that. We can work on that. I know what you're talking about. How they're trying to cut. They fired the advertising agency and the person behind all that. I
yeah,
mean, they're backpedaling hardcore.
yeah.
I
Anyways,
don't care if you got a backpedal. I'm sorry, Bud Light. Backpedal all you want. The upper guys approved the ads.
yeah,
Unless
yeah,
you fire the CEOs or the whoever said anyone that signed yes on there, if you don't fire them, all you're doing is screwing over people that actually were trying to do you right
and
and fulfill their contract.
yeah. I don't know where they can go from here. So they really put their foot in their mouth. But back to the idea of the sports. You know, it's like whatever city you're from, you're supposed to, you know, like you're from Houston, so you're supposed to root for the Astros. You know, you're supposed to
Well, I'm
wear
a
the
city.
jersey.
I'm a city boy first, state next, LSU after that, and Tampa Bay after that.
You know, so you're supposed to root for the Rockets or you know
Yeah, home team.
the
Like I say, home team first, home state second.
the Houston Texans and the football team or whatever,
And OU always sucks.
and you're weird if you don't do that, right? And then you have these rivalries where people argue about, you know, my city is better or my team is better or whatever. And it's like I could give two flying fucks about any of that shit. Like
The
I don't care.
417, man. I'll shoot you if you don't come from the 417.
But
I have no idea what that is. I just made it up.
But that leads to a problem because if
Dude,
I can't tell
let's
people,
use
I
our own
don't.
state, man. Fucking Dallas and Houston.
I can't tell people,
You can
which I
start
do.
some shit with that.
Yeah, but that argument is still normal. If I tell them I don't give a damn about none of it, none of the sports, none of the teams, who won, I do not care at all. Then
No,
that
both
makes
of
me,
them hate you.
yes, that makes me an alien. You know, now I'm just like, their mouth is open. They don't want to talk to me no more.
When I was working at the sports bar, I used to wear a T-shirt that had the alumni little flag thing on it that said "Go local sports team and or college."
That's freaking perfect. Like it's like the
People
band.
got mad at me for it.
Of course. That's like the band. They go to they do their show and they're like, oh, this is the greatest city in the world or whatever. Thank you, whatever input
Thank you,
city.
Detroit. You're in St. Louis, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, man. That's crazy. Let's
The
play
customers that caught it though are actually still my Facebook friends 15, 20 years later. The ones that actually caught that joke.
Let me see. I think I want to play one more segment because she did this one on the fields was another one I liked a
Okay,
lot.
she's had a couple of surgeries or something because she looks way better.
Let me play this.
Being stoic is sometimes associated with toxic emotional repression. Men having no feelings, never asking for help. Becoming the perfect warrior, cold and ruthless, living by your strength alone, uninhibited by foolish emotions.
This is really important though.
She's
Like,
making herself laugh by saying that.
because it's silly, but that people think
it's
this way.
It's what everyone believes, and because I understand stoicism, it's not true, and she's about to go into that, but it's
Yeah.
making me laugh because I know what's coming.
Yeah. And so, yeah, this is important. And so I don't know if it's in this segment, but she makes the point of what was it related to? She did the interview to get the job. Oh man, I hope she covers that on this segment. Anyways, let me see.
It's Dragon Ball Z. Masculinity is a subject about which I know more than I should, but less than some of you might think. I studied it for a number of years, but I never quite had the natural talent. And I want to reach out to young men, help de-radicalize them, offer a positive role model. We're doing Left Tube again. Remember that from like 5 years ago? Well, we're going to bring it back. Somebody call H Bomber Guy. What's he up to these days?
What have I become?
This stoicism for bros, broicism, if you will, is based on a misunderstanding of what Stoics actually said. You can't get rid of all your feelings. For example, when I go too hard on a night out, I often get depressed the next day, and you can't philosophize your way out of a hangover. There are some emotions which are, for want of a better word, physiological, and a sage would still have those. It's not about having no feelings, it's about having feelings that align with reality. So the wise sage might say, I feel really depressed today, but I know that's just because I had a big night on Molly down at the Dawson Superstore. This too shall pass. Still, the Stoics described the sage as somebody who is never overwhelmed by strong emotions. Epictetus advised his followers to become so detached that they could treat the death of a child like the breaking of a cup. And you might think, oh, that doesn't sound like a particularly nice way to live. We can call this the romantic objection. Isn't it good sometimes to get carried away by passion when the blood runs hot and the champagne is cold and you're alone in a hotel room with somebody who you probably shouldn't kiss, but you both feel like you just kind of have to? The romantic objection is that overwhelming passion is needed for a good life, and if you follow Stoicism, you'd be missing out on that. The Stoic response here is to pretty much bite the bullet and just say, no, a good human life does not include moments of overwhelming passion, because if they're based on incorrect perceptions, they will lead you into trouble. You might feel as if, but you won't literally explode. You'll be sad, but you can probably live with that. When you have virtuous emotions, there's no overwhelming romance, but there's also no overwhelming grief or anxiety. Virtuous emotions are aligned with the real world, which is the best and indeed only place that human beings can live. If you're very clever, you'll already have noticed that there's a lot of overlap between Stoicism and CBT. That's cognitive behavioral therapy, not the other kind of CBT. CBT is a talk therapy invented in the 20th century, inspired by Stoicism. Patients are encouraged to identify underlying beliefs which might be affecting them and substitute those beliefs for something else. So just like Stoicism, it focuses on the cognitive element of emotion. CBT is what I was sent for when I went through that breakup. I was very depressed, and my therapist encouraged me to find the belief underneath that depression. Eventually, we wrote it down. And I thought, that isn't true.
I deserve to feel
So
bad.
what if we substitute that for something else?
I deserve to be happy.
At one point, I asked her, but why do I feel this way? And she said, well, does it really matter? We could spend years psychoanalyzing your dreams or your childhood, and eventually we'll come up with something like, oh, your mother didn't breastfeed you enough as a child, or whatever. But you're still going to be left with the same question which brought you to therapy in the first place, namely, what are you going to do now? Are you going to accept the real world or not? And this leads us to a criticism of both CBT and Stoicism. Is there a danger that we're encouraging people to accept things that they really shouldn't have to?
Yeah, that was a lot.
Hi, I'm Kelly Slaughter, the founder and CEO of Sciape. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also a mom, and I know that juggling all those responsibilities can cause stress. Stress is the #1 cause of employee sick leave in America. So what if there is a way to hack your stress response, reducing employee stress whilst keeping them in work? Introducing Sciape, a solution for your business, whether you're a multinational conglomerate or a mom and pop store. Our story began when I was running my previous company, Express. We were making facial recognition software for law enforcement, and a number of employees came to see me in my office and said they were experiencing stress. They didn't agree with the work we were doing. They wanted to.
Wait, I want to skip this skit. Hold on. I want the feels.
The British philosopher Mark Fisher that it's no surprise that people feel anxious, angry, and stressed when capitalism works us and the planet to death just so the five guys who own everything can make 0.3% more profit this quarter. We all pretend that feeling bad means you have some kind of brain problem. And Fisher says that's like living next to a smokestack and saying, here's 5 ways you can cough more quietly at work. It fundamentally misunderstands the problem. People are angry, lonely, depressed, anxious, and they're right to feel that way, not because they're broken humans, but because their situation is inhumane. The solution isn't therapy, it's politics, not the cigar of Sigmund Freud, the cigar of Fidel Castro.
Capital makes the workers ill, and then multinational pharmaceutical companies sell them drugs to make them better. The social and political causation of the stress is neatly sidestepped at the same time as discontent is individualized and interiorized. What we urgently need is a new politics of mental health organized around the problem of public space.
This is a version of what philosophers call the passivity problem. Stoicism says you can only control your own internal judgments. But there is a world out there, and it needs us. Would a sage ignore climate change, for instance, or systemic racism because they can only control their own internal states? Doesn't accepting things as they are serve the needs of the powerful? Now, there is a possible response that Stoics could make here. They could say that when it comes to climate change, for instance, not taking action would be contrary to our nature as creatures who live on planet Earth. So you could make a Stoic argument for sustainability. They might also say that Marcus Aurelius was emperor of Rome for 19 years, and that's not really a job that you can do if you never take action. You can be a Stoic and still stand up to injustice. Can you, though? Can you really? Because there's one section of the population who might have something to say about that. The ancient Stoics' attitude towards women is a subject of some debate. On the one hand, there is some relatively progressive stuff. The Roman philosopher Musonius Rufus said that marriage is a partnership built on longing rather than just pumping out babies. He says that women should be educated and that we should be allowed to study philosophy. Like a lot of ancient writers, he also said that men and women have the same genitals, just in different arrangements. Oh, Musonius, you were wiser than you knew. On the other hand, all the Stoic philosophers were men. There were women in the ancient world who were renowned for behaving stoically, but all the sources we have were written by men, they only quote men, and they're addressed to men as well. Often young men who are seeking wives. There's even a funny bit in Musonius where a student comes to him and says, Musonius, why should I get married? Wouldn't a wife get in the way of me studying philosophy? And Musonius essentially says, shut up, nerd! Why don't you go and philosophize some pussy? And if we read on a bit in Musonius, a bit of a theme starts to emerge.
A woman must be a good household manager and a careful accountant of what is advantageous to the household, and a director of the household staff. I claim that these qualities are especially likely to belong to a woman who pursues philosophy.
He also says Stoicism's emphasis on resilience and self-development will help us when it comes to
nursing her children from her own breast and serving her husband with her own hands, and to do, without shrinking, things that many think suited to slaves. Would such a woman not be a great help to the man who married her, an adornment to her relatives, a good example to all those who know her?
So, women should be educated not because it empowers us, but because it enables us to better serve our husbands. We can be virtuous, but the proper manifestation of female virtue takes place inside the home. You too can take the tradwife movement to its logical conclusion by installing a vomitorium. Musonius is relying on a trick here that some people still use today. separate spheres of excellence. Men are good at some things, and women are good at other things. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that, is there? You're not one of those weirdos who thinks that we shouldn't tell the truth about sex, are you? So no, we're not misogynists. We don't hate women. We love women. Women are strong. Women are nurturing. We're the best at being wives and mothers. The trick is one of those spheres is politically subordinate to the other. The male sphere contains all the levers that control society. The female sphere is stuck at home with the kids. And nota bene, men decide what those spheres are. Lest I be accused of cherry picking, it's not just Musonius. Seneca and Epictetus said that women lack self-control. Zeno of Citium said that we should be held in common and wise men should try to father children with us whenever they chose. If any wise men would like to give it a go, feel free to call me. But in the meantime, nota bene secundo. Zeno assumes that men choose women, not the other way around. But so what? We all understand that nowadays you have to take the good bits from ancient philosophy and leave the other stuff behind, like with the physics. So when it says mankind, read in humankind. And yes, okay, but having to do that presents an extra barrier for women who want to get into Stoicism now. The modern Stoic movement welcomes women and has prominent women in it, but it still recruits mainly men. Author and philosopher Sharon LaBelle says that might be because we have to do the extra work of adapting it for us.
In order to belong to the world, females must cherry pick and adapt texts, discussions, and thought systems to include and apply to us. A female ontological perspective is one that can easily embrace the values of passion, emotion, and intuition. We need, I believe, to integrate these into our modern Stoicism while being true to the spirit of Stoicism's essential worldview. Otherwise, for lack of a better way to say it, modern Stoicism will be too unilaterally stoic.
There's an
Oh man, I'm getting tired. I was looking for this particular part. I probably skipped past it. The part where she was talking about her interview and how it made her feel. Fuck. I probably skipped past it. Anyways, I don't want to play this whole video. I already played too much of it. Let's read some comments. This comment, it says, I remember one time in therapy. Yeah, she was talking about therapy. That was the one I wanted to play. Anyways, I remember one time in therapy, I was telling my therapist about my experiences with internalized transphobia and how essentially whenever I saw another trans person existing, I just have the nastiest thoughts about them, trying too hard or faking for attention. But how what I'd learned to do was stop, pause, and ask myself if I really believed that. And usually with enough examination, I'd be able to say, no, that person is fine. I'm just projecting my own insecurities about being accepted as a non-binary onto them. And it doesn't help that I resent them for being able to be out and proud and go against the norm while I'm still in the closet because I'm scared of what will happen to me. And then after that long speech, my therapist was like, so you're just doing cognitive behavior therapy on yourself. But what's worth mentioning is that what truly got my internalized transphobia to stop being an issue for me wasn't the CBT. It helped me keep it from turning me into an asshole, but I didn't stop having the underlying feelings until I came out of the closet and moved to an environment where I was accepted unconditionally, almost as if there was the real problem all along, and no amount of affirmations was going to get rid of the stress I had from constantly hiding my identity and worrying about being found out. Another comment that says, I've studied it for a couple years, but I never had the natural talent. I bow in respect for the spine you've put on it. Wow. Another comment that says, I cannot believe I've only just stumbled across this channel. Abigail, this video was exquisite, funny, informative, and your presentation style and editing is flawless, sensational. Another comment that says, I'm sad all the time, PDD, and I had an abusive relationship that affected me for years. Afterward, my partner had BPD. CBT helped me realize all of it for what it was and helped me get rid of the unreasonable guilt I felt about everything. All the time, I'm still sad, but I know there's no real cause and I don't deserve to suffer poor treatment from anyone else. I started watching the show shortly before Abigail revealed her relationship abuse. I saw her go all in on the show like never before, culminating in her public transition. It's been inspiring for me, a clinical depressed cis male. I don't know if a relationship in my future as I'm getting older and really don't see it happening, but I've found that my work situation has improved dramatically because I've found the strength to stand up for myself. Oh yeah, and I'm constantly agitating all my coworkers to do the same. To Abby, thank you for pouring your life out onto the internet. It matters to more than just other trans people. With over 1 million subs, I'm sure I'm not the only straight guy here. Also, I'm getting evicted too, and it sucks. I'm moving back across the country because I'm over suffering in California. I hope you two are moving up, not just moving up. This channel brings a really complex group of people together that you wouldn't think would be in the same place. What did she say? I was so insane to learn Latin for 7 years at school and even chose it as a main course at the end. We had Seneca and Stoicism, and I hated it with a passion. But now, thanks to you, I understand the appeal of it, and there is more than just Seneca's view. Also, your COP interlude hit hard to home as I work for a digital therapeutic company, and I often have second thoughts about it. Even if it's not meant to replace therapy, but only to support it, at the moment, it feels more and more capitalist and less helpful to patients. Let's see. It says, you won't read this. No. It's fascinating that all 25,000 years of practicing Stoicism, the movement as a whole has been very resistant to the concept that in many cases, having a correct judgment about something should actually make you furious. Yeah, my brain is not working very good right now, y'all. I'm freaking losing it. The damn clip that I wanted to play, I didn't even play it out of here. The one about feelings, it was about stoicism and like justifying things. It was about how damn it, I can't remember. It's about fuck. Explain, Doc, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Explain stoicism and it might come to me. What is it really? Like the concept?
Okay. You're making me fight hard through my memory. Okay. Emotions are an inevitable part of life. And we are about a stoic is about reality and about the real. So emotions are inevitable. And while we can always feel emotions, and while we can't help that, we can react appropriately to them.
Focusing on the logic of reality over
right, the logos, the logic. Remember, logos, pathos, and I hate fucking ADD. I can't. I feel like I'm freaking
Focusing on the logic.
There's the logic, the path, and the love. Intention, meaning.
So, like being in reality.
So
and
stoicism is more about the logo, being about the reality, the now. You can have emotions, and you have emotions, and you have to deal with them because that's part of life. But when you deal with emotions, you deal with them by like, what is my projecting and what is reality?
Yes, that's it. That's what I wanted right there. Because she made a point related to that, like me projecting.
Yeah, a stoic would respond to emotions by saying, why am I feeling this way? What is making me, it's about understanding.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I feel this way because I'm pissed off, and I agree with the guy over there, and it's got me charged up.
Right.
Instead of, I'm on that bandwagon. Fuck that guy.
Yeah. Like letting your...
It's understanding why you feel this way.
And not letting your emotions kind of control you or dictate your actions or whatever. Making your decisions...
Or if your decisions are made that way, if you made the decision, if you understanding why you made that decision. It doesn't say you can't make decisions irrationally, because that shit happens. It does. I mean, no matter how good you are, no matter how mindful you are, no matter how badass you are, you're gonna make some decisions based on emotion. But if you can understand that emotion, realize that emotion, and own it, then you have a better control of your reality. When you understand that it becomes from you and not from the outside.
That's it. That's it. You explained it better than I would have been able to, definitely. I appreciate
And I'm sure if people watch this, they're going to be cringing and killing me and hating me for it. But
no, you did a really...
That's my understanding.
No, that was a really good job. That's it in a nutshell, really. Yeah. And I can't remember what point I wanted to make with that. I'm tired now. Shit, I've been on this over 5 hours now. And it's 4:30 in the morning. You want to make some final comments? We got to wrap it.
Good night, good day. All the people that's got some good ideas off of this, if you make money off of it, give us some love. Like, subscribe, Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Let us know you like us. Even if, let us know you hate us. Talk shit to us. Come into the links on StreamYard. We're going to put you in the show and let you talk. As long as you are not an abusive friggin' prick, we're happy to listen to you. We want your opinions. We want you to tell us we are wrong.
Absolutely.
And then I want to have the discussion of why. Let's talk, guys.
Let's talk. Let's have a conversation and move this
thing. Let's activate our brains. Let's activate our hearts.
Because that's what this is.
Find the middle ground between them.
It's a mental exercise every time, and I think it's like therapy too, and that's the real reason why I do this show. This is my, and in the video we just played. I would say
middle masturbation, but I don't know if that's allowed.
Yeah. There's a bit of that, especially when you're talking about philosophy. So, but even in the video that we just played, they talk a lot about therapy in the video we just played, and this is what I do here on this show. I think for myself, it's a selfish part of me doing this show is I don't get to go to a counselor. I don't have, I don't have a counselor. I probably should, but this is my substitute, I try to be as honest as I can to myself here and, talk about things that are uncomfortable, and kind of work through it mentally, live on the show. And it makes me feel better. I ain't gonna lie. It helps me, because a lot of times after the show is over, I'm still thinking about, stuff that we talked about or whatever, and I'm still working through it.
And all of this on the show at one time or another have changed our views, have started arguing differently. You've noticed that I've swapped sides on a couple of issues.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, sometimes. Deuce definitely noticed that he did not know me as well as he thought he did when it comes to the education things.
Yeah. I noticed Pat Moore is talking about both sides. That has been drilled into his head
he doesn't like
from this show.
He doesn't like the other side, but he's starting to talk about it.
Yeah.
Acknowledge it as a viable idea, but let's go over here and, like I said, he's trying to meet in the middle, build that foundation and work from there.
Yeah.
And that is the beautiful part of everything we're doing here.
Right.
Is right, left, swing, no matter how much we talk shit to or about each other, we are finding middle ground, even if it takes 2 or 3 shows.
And I think it's healthy for your mind, this exercise, it's like your mind is a muscle and you gotta work it out, you gotta flex it, and our society is not set up to do that. Everything is set up so easy for us. We don't really have to think.
And remember, a muscle is an oyster, which means we occasionally get some pearls.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yeah. Well, when you say pearls, I think about a pearl necklace and not the kind that
I'm thinking about individual, not individual age.
I can't help it. That's my perverted mind right there.
Yes, but that's why we're friends.
Yep. Got to be a bit perverted. I think that you can't make it through this crazy world without some perversion. And
you have 2 choices in life. You can laugh or you can scream. Laughing is a whole lot easier on the vocal cords and tends not to scare the shit out of people around you near as much.
Yeah. And I think you have to embrace, you can't be, you're not being honest with yourself if you think that you're just good all the time. You know what I mean? So the parts that you think are kind of bad or whatever, it's like what they say, embracing the darkness or embracing the shadow, shadow work.
My ultimate goal in life is to bring more good than harm into the world. When I make a decision about something, it may not be what other people think is the best decision, but talk to me about it, and I'm going to show, and I'm going to discuss why I feel like in the long term that decision causes the least amount of harm.
Yeah, but sometimes, I think that sometimes, something that you think is a bad thing or, you're wrong for doing it or whatever. I think us as humans, the human condition I think sometimes, you know, you do it. You know, I'm not saying go out and do bad things. People don't misunderstand me. I'm just
No,
saying that
I'm talking about what we'll accept as right and wrong and good and bad.
or what is good and bad. Yeah.
It
So
should not be as subjective as it is.
right. And you can't be completely sure, you know, one way or the other. So because you can't be completely sure one way or the other, sometimes you have to do some of those things that are a little, you know, questionable, if you will. You know, for your own health, your own mental health, your own sanity, your own satisfaction, even, you know.
You know, one of the problems we have in this society right now is too often we come up with a choice of ethically, this is the right decision or this is the wrong decision. But morally, it conflicts.
Even
And
more economically.
we're not taught to philosophize about that. We're not taught to think about that in schools, in the lower grades. We don't get that type of cognitive function about morals, ethics, emotions until you get to college. Long after it really needs to be rooted in you. What the difference between ethics, morals, what's right and what's wrong, what's right now and what's wrong now.
Mm. And you have to train yourself to be able to do those things, and that takes time too. You know, you can't just wake
Time
up one
shit,
day.
ain't no person in the world got that down.
You can't wake up in the morning and be like, "Oh, I got it."
No world leader, no pope, no king, no government official, no hobo on the street. I don't care who you are. Nobody has a grip 100% on a balance between morals and ethics.
Mm-hmm. Or
because
have
the
a
world does not allow that.
or have a clear view of what's good, actually good and bad. You know, how can you be sure at the end of the day? I don't think you can be.
That's why I try to measure my life. Why did I bring more joy or more harm into the universe today?
Yeah.
Today was a bad day. I got angry. I seeped in my anger. I talked crap about a couple people at my tables. That was wrong. That was bad of me. Or that didn't really happen. I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah.
Or I took care of a person with an anniversary, a person with a 93rd birthday. They didn't tip me for shit, but I put a candle on the dessert that I gave them because it was their 93rd birthday. I didn't care about the tip. I brought joy into her world.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good day.
Mm-hmm.
And that balanced out people talking crap about me, snapping at me, demanding of me, because the negativity that was given to me didn't matter to me and was dismissed and discarded. And the joy I brought in the universe more than balanced the refuse
Mm-hmm.
of the bad stuff that was there. So it was a good day.
That's good, man. That's really beautiful. Anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back next week. The Lord say the same.
See,
All right.
as long as the government allows us to be on.
Yep.
All right.
All right, man. Peace and
Peace,
love.
love.